Chapter 416. The third divine sword has appeared. The young girl pursed her red lips and slowly stood up on the surface of the lake. She turned around and looked at the distant southern sky. Her calm and refined face revealed a seriousness that had disappeared for many years. There was also a bit of doubt. On her slender neck, a note slowly appeared, causing her expression to suddenly become nervous. She knew that the life of Yun Nua planet was most likely in danger because the life of the divine talisman of life had changed. Who else could it be other than Xianyin, who had Yun Nuashing in her heart all day long? Yinin. While Xianyin's face was filled with anxiety, the space beside the jade green lake behind her gently trembled. After hearing this cry, her anxious expression slowly calmed down. The space trembled slightly. A moment later, a petite and pretty figure slowly appeared. Pink robes clung to her body. Although she was petite, it was not difficult to see that she was already of a certain size. Her slender waist clung to her fiery red hair, and her tender face looked somewhat playful. However, at this moment, she was filled with doubt, just like Xianyin. The Dark Abyss sword has appeared? You must have felt that energy too, right? Is it in the Source Peak region this time? Is it in that ghastly forest? The girl threw a barrage of questions at Xianyin as soon as she appeared. The latter could not help but smile bitterly and nod her head. That energy, which was as vast as the ocean, had spread throughout the entire god realm, and they had all clearly felt it. Isn't it a little too fast? It's earlier than expected. The girl frowned and crossed her arms. She leaned against a tree behind her and looked at Xianyin, who also had a solemn expression. She softly said, I remember that, in our calculations, the Dark Abyss sword would only appear in at least 100,000 years. The location should have been in the Source Peak region, but why is it so early? This is already the 5th time that our calculations have deviated. Xianyin shook her head when she heard this. She did not know when the future they had calculated had gradually deviated from its course. Could it be brother? But that shouldn't be the case. Or is there something else? Thinking of this possibility, Xianyin paused for a moment, but she quickly rejected it. Long before Yun Nuashing appeared, their deductions had already deviated from reality. The girl frowned and muttered, Something is changing the course of events. The heavenly fate prophecy technique still hasn't reached perfection, so it can't take into account all the deviations. Where are Hong Yun and the others? Xianyin asked. He's still somewhere else and can't come back for the time being. We can't leave this place for the time being, so we can't investigate what happened. The girl sighed. Then she waved her hand and said, Compared to those, how is that thing? Hearing this, Xianyin shook her head and said, It will take a long time. Most of the seals have been unlocked, but there is still a considerable amount of them that are difficult to unlock. I estimate that they will require origin divine power to unlock. But Xianyin paused, her fingers brushing a strand of hair. Her beautiful eyes looked at the girl's calm face and said, If we use up our divine power of origin, we will have to recuperate for a long time. Maybe I know. The girl nodded heavily. She turned around and walked slowly into the forest. Her childish voice floated in the air. Yinin, just try your best to unlock the seals. Leave the rest to me. When you have time, go and take a look at the fruit. It has been dormant for many years. I will go and make another deduction to see what caused the deviations and what the future will be like. Xianyin sighed. She didn't say anything. She clasped her hands together and murmured in her heart. She looked in another direction and paused for a long time. A complicated expression flashed across Mei Mao's face. In the end, she turned back to the direction of Taiyuan territory and couldn't help but murmur. Now, she was imprisoned here by the seal. She couldn't leave until the day the seal was broken. She couldn't even release her energy. Although the life link could at least keep Yun Nuashing alive, in other situations, Brother, I hope you are okay. Outside the Ghost Chi forest of the Source Peak region, strong gusts of wind whistled past. Wherever they passed, even space trembled slightly. More than half of the fog that had enveloped the entire region had already quietly dissipated. In the forest, ancient trees that were hundreds of meters tall had fallen to the side. Broken branches could be seen everywhere, and huge boulders had rolled down and destroyed a part of the forest. The thick cracks on the ground extended as far as the eye could see, extending for millions of kilometers. Even the city that had been shrouded in fog had been mostly destroyed by one of the cracks. The dark cracks had expanded like a valley, and if one looked down, one could even see a little bit of golden red surging below if one could see the end of it. Death Mountain Range was the center of the storm. Dust covered the sky and blocked out the sun. The originally dusky Death Mountain Range made it even harder for people to see more than 5 meters. The turbid air was tainted with the nauseating smell of blood. Broken limbs and bones could be faintly seen on the ground. Bright red blood flowed from the broken limbs and dyed the ground red. Crack! The sound of rocks shaking could be heard in the silent space. Looking around, a pile of rubble was gently shaking. A moment later, a majestic aura was emitted and sent the rubble flying. Under the rubble was a round ball that was surrounded by many weapons. After the rubble scattered, the round ball suddenly fell apart. All the weapons fell to the ground. Some of the large weapons even had many cracks, while others had already broken into pieces. These weapons and fragments turned into rays of light when they came into contact with the ground. They surged into the round ball and into Yun Nuoxing's body. When all the rays of light surged into her body, Yun Nuoxing trembled slightly. Her body fell forward powerlessly. The huge 6 wings also dissipated into a pile of feathers. Her originally pale, handsome face was now like golden paper. There was no color in her face. Even her lips had turned white. "Little star! Nuoxing!" Nervous shouts came from beside her. Her blurry eyes could only see pairs of feet striding over. Her ears buzzed, and she couldn't hear anything clearly. She moved her mouth. Yun Nuoxing thought that he was shouting, but in reality, she couldn't even hear a little sound. A moment later, her body was lifted up by a pair of slightly familiar hands. Then, Yun Nuoxing felt a small snake slithering rapidly on her face and body. Although she couldn't see clearly, she instinctively felt that it should be Xian. "How is it?" Yuan, she hurriedly fell to the side. Just as his palm touched Yun Nuoxing, he was sent flying by a pair of hands. Jin Jinwang hurriedly reached out to feel Yun Nuoxing's pulse. The former couldn't help but laugh bitterly. He could only squat at the side and ask anxiously. After sensing for a moment, Jin Jinwang's eyes widened in anger. His pupils constricted slightly. A moment later, a hint of coldness surged in his eyes. He clenched his teeth tightly. Everyone could hear the sound of him grinding his teeth. Xian's pretty face was a little pale. Her hand, that was supporting Yun Nuoxing, was trembling. She asked softly, "Senior Godly King, how are little star's injuries?" 70% of the meridians in her body are broken. All her bones are on the verge of breaking. All her energy has been sucked dry. Even her vitality is almost gone. No one here could have blocked that sword just now. Jin Jinwang's voice was low and trembling. His usually smiling face was now filled with irritation and a hint of malevolence. "Little brother Nuoxing." Yao Hua wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and asked, looking at the blood all over his body and his chaotic aura. It was obvious that he had suffered serious injuries. 10 minutes ago, Yao Hua had used a secret technique to bring Yun Nuoxing and the others out of this chaotic place. However, the sudden appearance of the giant sword in the Death Spirit Mountain Range caused the light elements in the area to fluctuate. This caused him to be unable to use his secret technique in time. In addition, Qi Wei had used the Qi Emperor sword to interfere with them at the critical moment. This caused the runes that Yao Hua had already expended a lot of effort to stop. The spatial passageway could not be opened. At this moment, the Dark Abyss sword exploded. The barrier that Jin Jinwang had set up using all his strength to activate the golden bell bottle could not withstand the aftermath of the attack and was shattered. Yun Nuoxing, who had suddenly rushed out, did not allow anyone to pull her back in time. They only saw a pair of wings that filled their vision and heard the wails of the world approaching destruction. Hearing Jin Jinwang's words, Xian's already pale face became even more ghastly. She laughed bitterly as 2 streams of crystal, clear tears fell uncontrollably. Such serious injuries! The beautiful woman and Lei Tian looked at each other and sighed. Even if Yun Nuoxing had a spiritual divine body that could contain all the energy in the world, she would not be able to withstand the impact of that destructive force. That force would sever all life. If it were not for the many treasures on her, she would probably have died. They also recognized the black sword. It was the 3rd most important person on the divine weapon ranking, divine sword record. Until now, there had been no news of its appearance, nor was there any record of its owner. Jin Jinwang recognized it the moment he saw it. Although he hoped that it was also incomplete, it seemed that among the 3 known divine swords, it was the most complete one. It was a divine weapon that had reached the great success stage. "I think I can still be saved," a voice that was as thin as gossamer quietly sounded out, causing everyone to be shocked. They hurriedly turned their gazes over, only to see Yun Nuoxing's lips moving slightly, curling up into the same arc as before. Everyone sighed. This fellow was simply an unkillable cockroach. Even after suffering such heavy injuries, he still hadn't fainted. "Don't speak. We will bring you out now. You will be fine." Jin Jinwang quickly put away his gloomy expression and said anxiously. Although he wanted to laugh, he could not. After he finished speaking, he quickly looked at the Water God King. The latter received his gaze and nodded vigorously. Then his hands danced as fast as lightning. Lines of energy, runes flew out from his palms and surrounded everyone. Only he could bring everyone out now. The person in his arms suddenly moved, startling Xian. She quickly lowered her head and saw Yun Nuoxing's lips moving slightly, but she could not hear anything. She quickly moved her ear closer to her. "Quickly leave. This place is not suitable to stay." "Qi family!" Yun Nuoxing's weak voice fell into Xian's ears. She could not help but feel her heart ache. She nodded vigorously and hugged Yun Nuoxing with more strength. "Divine physique of spiritual reception, you will stay here today." Just as the Water God King was carving lines of runes into the void and was about to forcefully tear open the space here to open a space door, a wild laughter suddenly rang out. Upon hearing this voice, Jin Jinwang's gloomy expression immediately turned ferocious. He raised the golden vase and waved it behind him without hesitation. A golden vortex rapidly formed in midair, then slammed into the void behind him. Everything along the way was pulverized into powder. Even the dust in the sky was sucked into the vortex. In the sky, a blood-red sword ray rapidly cut through the void and collided with the golden vortex. Instantly, cracks appeared in the space where the 2 collided. Even time seemed to have turned into nothingness. The overflowing power of destruction spread out in all directions. The blood-red sword ray tore the golden vortex apart and flew straight towards Jin Jinwang and the rest. The violent energy sealed the surrounding space. The runes that the Water God King had painstakingly carved started to tremble violently. Then, with a soft buzzing sound, they slowly disappeared. "Qi family, the Golden Temple will not rest until you die." Chapter 417. Rumble. In the clear sky, dark clouds suddenly floated over, gathering into a huge cloud in the sky of the Ghost Qi Forest, covering the sky and the sun, covering the entire Ghost Qi Forest. The dark cloud seemed to have a soul-stirring magic power, making people who saw it tremble all over. Thunder clouds churned in the vast and mighty sky. A powerful thunderbolt pressure spread out from within, causing a chill to rise on the skin of many people. The dust floating in the sky had already been completely suppressed. What appeared was a dilapidated ghost aura forest. The collapsed mountain range and the forest had been reduced to flat ground. One could no longer see its original appearance. At a certain moment, the dark clouds rolled more and more violently. An ray of golden light tore through the darkness and appeared in the darkness. The golden light was extremely dazzling, and countless people noticed it the moment it appeared. In the distant sky, an extremely terrifying thunderous pressure suddenly emerged and filled the entire sky. The golden bottle has awakened. In front of the radiant Saint Lake, Yuan Shi and the others were unable to open their eyes because of the gale. Several divine kings stood around and jointly built a huge energy shield that enveloped them. When the vast thunderous pressure appeared, Lei Tian's expression changed suddenly. He then looked up and saw a golden thundercloud covering the sky, a golden beam of light, like a divine light that pierced through the chaos, quietly penetrated the clouds and enveloped a golden figure below. It's over, it's over, it's over. Old Jean has gone crazy. He has awakened the will contained in the golden bottle at all costs. This time the Source-Peak region is in danger. Huizhu finally couldn't help but smile bitterly when she saw the light that descended like the light of creation and Jin Jinwang's hair fluttering in the wind. The golden divine palace is so bold. In the distant sky, Qi Wei stood with the Qi Emperor's sword in his hand. There was a wound between his eyebrows that could not be healed and blood was gushing out from it. When he saw the changes in heaven and earth and felt the pressure that filled the sky, he frowned and snorted coldly. The golden divine king dared to revive the golden bell bottle, but it did not mean that he would do the same to the Qi Emperor sword. 2 revived eternal divine weapons were enough to destroy the entire divine world. You forced me to do all of this. Jin Jinwang's voice was as deep as thunder. His golden hair fluttered in the wind, and 2 small golden flames rose from his golden eyes. From time to time, a thunderbolt would fall. The bright light made him look like a god descending to the mortal world. The pressure from the golden bottle in his hand made the space and time tremble. Qi Wei sneered and pondered for a moment. His body stepped back slightly in the void. Just when everyone thought that he was going to give up on the spiritual divine body, he laughed loudly, and a loud roar spread throughout the ghost forest. The divine physique Na Ling has already surrendered. Now is the best time to kill it. What are you waiting for? Kill him, with his blood, as a sacrifice to our dead spirit. The roar spread out mightily, and everyone who heard it was shocked. When Yun Nuashing was in Lihuan City, he had killed many young geniuses of the big forces. Although it didn't really happen after countless distortions, it seemed to have become a consensus. Whether it was Yun Nuashing who did it or not, it was all on him. Now that Qi Wei had shouted, "This despicable old bastard," Jin Jinwang's face changed dramatically. Qi Wei's shout was obviously to kill with a borrowed knife. Many people knew that Yun Nuashing was here, and there were even existences that were not inferior to them. They were just hiding in the dark and did not come out. Now that Yun Nuashing was extremely weak, and even his brilliant light element had been exhausted, he couldn't even bring his people out of danger. For the Qi family, this was an excellent opportunity to beat him when he was down. Boom! As soon as Qi finished speaking, a mighty divine power filled the sky in the distance. The aura that it emitted caused the already fragile space to collapse. Even the boundless golden thundercloud, formed by the revival of the golden bell vase, shrank slightly. Everyone's expression changed. They quickly turned their gazes and saw a vast galaxy with specks of starlight hanging in the sky. Every time a star flickered, it would cause the void space to fluctuate. Tens of thousands of rays of starlight hung down from the galaxy, directly locking down this space. Star Map Pavilion, are you going to intervene in this matter? Seeing the vast galaxy, Jin Jinwang immediately knew which eternal magic weapon it was. His face darkened as he shouted fiercely. As for the experts present, when the star chart appeared, all of them quickly retreated and rushed out of the ghastly forest. 2 divine weapons and 1 awakened divine weapon were going to fight. This was an earth-shattering event. Even if an emperor god came, he would fall. Moreover, in the distance, there was a floating dark abyss sword that was releasing a powerful aura. That was a divine weapon that had reached the large success stage. However, the star map did not attack immediately. It only set up a barrier at the end of the boundless sky and locked the space. It did not reveal itself to attack. Others may be afraid of the 9 divine halls, but the star map pavilion is not. Jin Jinwang, I won't say anything to you. Hand over the evil spirit who killed my disciples, and this matter will be resolved. A cold and powerful voice came from the distant sky. Jin Jinwang and the others did not feel anything, but Zian and Yao Hua trembled and almost knelt down. I said that what happened that day had nothing to do with yin washing. You can't distinguish right from wrong and say that the evil spirit should be killed. I think you have evil intentions. Don't think that I don't know what evil tricks you have in mind. Jin Jinwang was fuming with anger. None of these people had good intentions. They could accuse him of any crime. Bah, that little brat is one of your people. Everyone in the world knows that the 9 divine halls want to protect the divine body Naling. Do you think you can change your mind? In the sky, the people from the Star Map Pavilion did not show up. They only sent messages with their divine thoughts. The brothers from the Star Map Pavilion are right. Before the matter is resolved, the divine body Naling is still the #1 suspect. Why don't we suppress him and let the world discuss how to deal with him? A thunderous voice reverberated in the 9 heavens. In the horizon, the golden clouds suddenly split open, revealing a huge hole. The pitch-black cosmic light penetrated through the clouds. A huge black cauldron that was tens of thousands of feet long appeared in the hole in the golden clouds, slowly descending. At the same time, an aura that was much stronger than the Jinling bottle appeared. The 10,000 origin cauldron is an eternal divine weapon forged from a 12th grade material, the 10,000 origin stone. And it's definitely a high-grade eternal divine weapon. That's the divine weapon of the 10,000 origin hall. The huge black cauldron hung in the sky, and its unparalleled weight seemed to be pressing down on the void. Where the 3 legs were, the void was penetrated, and only the deep yellow time barrier could withstand its weight. It was recognized as soon as it appeared, and the sound of people sucking in cold breaths could be heard from the horizon. Dozens of streams of starlight flowed out of the black cauldron's mouth. They were like spring water that kept erupting outwards. The black river of stars fell on the ground, leaving behind craters and crushed space. The weapons left behind by the ancient gods confronted each other in the distant sky. There were a total of 4 of them. Now, only the Jinling bottle had awakened. It did not emit any earth-shattering aura. If all 4 of them were to awaken and collide with each other, the consequences would be unimaginable. The entire god world would collapse. 2 of the 12 star palaces came with eternal divine weapons. Although they have not awakened, the situation is not very good. Can old Jin withstand it? What if there is someone else? Seeing the auras in the sky getting stronger and stronger, Huizhu was a little frightened and could not help but say, "It's okay, the situation is still under control." Hearing this, Lei Tian shook his head and said in a voice as soft as a mosquito, "It's still under control." When everyone heard this, they were stunned and a little confused. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the situation was not good. How could it be under control? The 12 star palaces are so mighty. 2 star weapons have come down. Why don't the rest of you come out and gather? You must be tired of hiding, right? Seeing the 10,000 origin cauldron appear, Jin Jinwang's face darkened and his voice became cold. The Jinling bottle in his hand emitted an even stronger aura. Even the combined might of 3 eternal divine weapons could not suppress it. Hearing that Jin Jinwang was still calm and only a little more dignified, the people with the divine weapons were stunned for a moment. They were a little confused, but after seeing Jin Jinwang's increasingly dignified expression, the doubts in their hearts gradually dissipated. Obviously, they did not think that Jin Jinwang had any means to escape. If it were not for the fact that they were afraid that Jin Jinwang would fight to the death with them, they might have already attacked. Jin Jinwang is indeed a hero of a generation. He can still remain so calm in the face of such a situation. Qi Wei laughed and gradually calmed down. With 3 divine weapons in a stalemate, Yun Nuoxing would not be able to escape even if she grew wings. Do you think I'm like you? If you have the ability, come up here with your sword and I'll beat you to death. Jin Jinwang snorted coldly and said disdainfully, "Hee, you don't have to provoke me. Not to mention that this place is completely sealed and no news can be transmitted out. Even here, do you think you can protect him with just 1 divine weapon?" Qi Wei laughed coldly. "Why don't you try?" Jin Jinwang laughed angrily. He clenched his fist and a golden vortex appeared in front of him. Then it expanded to 10,000 feet in size at an astonishing speed. The golden vortex's entrance was dark and it made everyone present feel a chill in their hearts. This was the 2nd time they saw the power of the golden vase, but they still felt helpless. In the distant sky, the Milky Way that spanned tens of thousands of miles suddenly poured down a waterfall of stars and turned into a divine sword that was stained with starlight. The divine sword pierced towards the golden black vortex. Wherever the divine sword passed, the void trembled. A casual attack of this level could easily tear the void apart. The starlight divine sword pierced into the vortex without any movement or sound. As soon as the divine sword approached the vortex, it was crushed by a strong suction force and returned to its original state. It was sucked into the vortex. As the majestic energy surged into the vortex, the black hole in the center quietly expanded. A surprised voice came from the sky. The current appearance of the golden vase seemed to be a little different from what they had seen just now. Qi Wei frowned and raised the Qi Emperor sword. Without any fancy moves, he slashed out. A sword light that was tens of thousands of meters long shot out. Everywhere it passed, even the void collapsed. The dark yellow barrier was still shining brightly and did not even ripple because of the sword Qi. The sword light tore through space and rushed into the vortex in an instant. Just as Qi Wei was waiting to see the scene of the former, and the latter being annihilated at the same time, the former was disintegrated into primitive energy, just like the galaxy after entering the vortex for a short distance. It was then sucked into the black hole, causing it to expand a little. Interesting. Is this the real strength of the golden vase? Legend has it that the divine weapon of the golden deity has the ability to swallow the heavens and the earth. Now that I see it, it really lives up to its reputation. Qi Wei smiled, but his face darkened. Just as the eternal divine weapons in the sky were testing each other, Yun Nuoxing, who had been lying in Xian's arms, suddenly emitted a faint black gas from her lifeless body. It was surging slightly on the surface of her skin. If one did not look carefully, one would not notice it. When the black gas rose, Yun Nuoxing's long white hair suddenly turned into a strange black color. It was wriggling constantly, as if the color was flowing. At this moment, the black seal symbol on the right side of Yun Nuoxing's forehead began to emit a weak light. A strange aura slowly spread out. Yun Nuoxing's tightly shut eyes also slowly opened. However, what he saw was not a faint purple that was like a gem, but a deathly black. It was exactly the same as the pair of emotionless black eyes that Xian had seen back then, darkness. In the spiritual world, Zai slowly opened Meimao. He glanced at the dark energy that swept through Yun Nuoxing's body, then turned to look at Lan, Exa, or Little Phoenix, and the others. He sighed and shook his head. Yun Nuoxing's energy was exhausted. They were maintaining her life and could not care about anything else. Little star, are you okay? When the flowing darkness filled every part of Yun Nuoxing's body, Yun Nuoxing's body slowly floated up. The gas-like black gas that was emitted lifted her up. Xian, who reacted immediately, could not see the strange black gas. He only saw Yun Nuoxing stand up again. He was stunned. A touch of joy flashed in his heart, then turned into doubt. Nuoxing, you can move? Yun Nuoxing? When they heard Xian's voice, everyone retracted their gazes from the sky. When they saw Yun Nuoxing standing with her head raised, they were all stunned. Then there was a puzzled sound. Although they had seen Yun Nuoxing come back to life once, this time she gave off a very oppressive feeling. It was as if the person standing in front of them was not the sunny boy, but a demon. Yun Nuoxing was in a daze for a while. Then she slowly turned her head. Under her long bangs, there was a pair of emotionless eyes. Her entire eyeballs were filled with a dark light. Her lips were tightly shut, and her handsome face was as cold as ice. Xian and the others covered their mouths. They were so frightened that they forgot what to say for a moment. Jinwang, who heard a faint sound, turned his head. When he saw Yun Nuoxing stand up, he was stunned for a moment. Then he heaved a sigh of relief. Since this strange guy had woken up, it seemed that this situation could be resolved. Although there were 3 eternal weapons present, Jinwang did not doubt that Yun Nuoxing had the ability to suppress them. On the other hand, Qi Wei and the others frowned when they saw Yun Nuoxing stand up. Even the 2 people from the 12 star palaces who were holding 2 eternal weapons hesitated. They did not know if they should withdraw their weapons. It's good that you've woken up. I'll help you block the 2 people from the 12 star palaces. If you have a way, go and get rid of that guy. I won't stop you this time. Jinwang laughed. This time, he did not stop Yun Nuoxing. Instead, he deliberately encouraged her to kill Qi Wei. Boom! Vast demon qi broke out of her body and soared into the sky like a huge dragon. A thick and sticky black aura rose inside and outside Yun Nuoxing's body. The power that did not belong to Yun Nuoxing exploded, like a volcanic eruption in a short time, blowing away the people around her. Surging energy shock waves spread out continuously with her as the center, scraping several layers of the ground. The sudden explosion of unfamiliar and powerful energy shocked everyone. Jinwang, who had just turned his head, was also stunned. He quickly turned his head back and could not help but murmur, "Who are you?" Chapter 418. Black energy kept gushing out of Yun Nuoxing's body, forming a huge whirlwind with him as the center. The strange and demonic darkness made the golden sacred lake lose its color. All the energy in the world was rushing toward him at an impressive speed. Yun Nuoxing did not reject this energy and let it flow into his body, turning it into his own strength. He did not even let go of the energy in the golden thundercloud attracted by the golden bell bottle. The special ability of the spirit receiving divine body to devour energy was vividly displayed. Is that really Little Star? Yuan Shi and the others got up from the rubble with great difficulty. They shook their dizzy heads and looked at the huge whirlwind. They could not help but feel thirsty. Everyone shook their heads when they heard this. They could no longer see through this fellow. They had never seen him use the dark energy that erupted this time. However, from the looks of it, there seemed to be something wrong with it. Even some demon gods would find it difficult to emit such an evil and dark energy. It's that vengeful spirit. Mo Yunhua's eyes widened. That day in the ruins, he saw that the dark energy had invaded Yun Nuoxing's body. However, when he saw that he had woken up safe and sound, he did not ask too much. Now, Mo Yunhua was sure that the dark energy that the latter was releasing was the energy of that vengeful spirit. Although he only caught a glimpse of it, there was no doubt about it. This is a big shot. But who is he? Zero could not help but murmur as he retreated far away after Yun Nuoxing released this aura. A faint fear rose in his heart. The young man, who was not afraid of Jin Jinwang and the others, who seemed to be looking down on gods, felt fear when he felt this aura. He looked at the dark abyss sword in the distance, and then turned his head to look at Yun Nuoxing, whose aura was constantly rising and transforming into a physical body. He frowned, and his eyes flickered for a while. Finally, he gritted his teeth and gave up on the ladder. His hand slipped out of his sleeve and swiped across the void. The surrounding power of time suddenly expanded and enveloped him. It rapidly shrank and disappeared with zero. Nuoxing, even Jin Jinwang, was shocked by the sudden change in Yun Nuoxing's state. This dense demonic aura was no less than that of an expert who had just stepped into the realm of gods. He knew that the latter had a strange secret technique that could forcibly overdraft all her energy and reach the state of a god emperor for a short period of time. However, this time, what Jin Jinwang felt was a continuous and leisurely aura. Although I don't know what method you used to raise your strength to this level, but Qi Wei let out a long sigh. After the initial shock, he quickly calmed down. He could feel that Yun Nuoxing's qi was comparable to a god emperor's. He couldn't help but laugh. As long as her strength didn't surpass him, he had nothing to fear. Today you will still be defeated here. Qi Wei sneered. Holding the Qi Emperor sword in his right hand, his body trembled in the sky and suddenly disappeared. Nuoxing, be careful! Jin Jinwang looked gloomily at the disappearing Qi Wei. Just as he was about to take action, 2 rivers of stars fell from the sky, and a terrifying pressure locked him down. They were the 2 eternal divine weapons of the celestial pavilion. Well, although we didn't intend to offend the 9 divine temples, we have to seek an explanation for the deaths of our disciples. A dignified voice came from the sky. Jin Jinwang looked furiously at the 2 divine weapons that had sealed off the sky. After a while, the anger on his face gradually subsided. He let out a long breath and slid his hands out of his sleeves. He stroked the golden vase in front of him and said indifferently and coldly, "It seems that the 9 divine temples have ignored the affairs of the world for so many years that no one takes us seriously. That's good. The 9 divine temples need an extremely powerful deterrent to make a comeback. Let's start with you." As Jin Jinwang's voice fell, the surrounding space suddenly fluctuated rapidly. An aura as vast as the sea slowly gushed out from his body. The aura that was enhanced by the golden vase was so powerful that no one present could match it. In the sky, the 2 eternal weapons trembled slightly when they sensed the terrifying aura of the golden god king that had almost reached its peak and was tainted with the aura of a divine weapon. The 2 eternal weapons in the sky trembled slightly. The 2 star areas connected together, and the aura of the 2 eternal weapons converged. Only then did they manage to resist the golden god king. Although they had 2 eternal weapons, they would be at a disadvantage if they encountered another king who risked his life to resurrect an eternal weapon. While the entire sky was shaking because of the 3 vast auras, Qi Wei had already appeared in front of Yun Nuoxing. The Qi Emperor sword was not fancy at all. It was purely powered by energy and slashed towards Yun Nuoxing. Wherever the sword passed, even the space was split into 2. Under the mighty black whirlwind, there was a beautiful but cold face. Her black hair danced in the whirlwind like a waterfall. Her eyes were filled with darkness. Through the fluttering bangs, she saw the approaching Qi Emperor sword. Her gaze became colder and colder. On the palm, chaotic black energy surged rapidly and was dyed with specks of golden light. Finally, it condensed on the palm like a glove. Then it directly stretched out the palm that was enveloped in energy and met the whistling Qi Emperor sword. Is he crazy? He wants to meet a divine weapon with his bare hands? Is he digging his own grave? When the people hundreds of miles away saw Yun Nuoxing's action, they exclaimed. The power of the eternal weapon was unstoppable. Even a deity who had just stepped into the post-god level could not pat his chest and say that he would be able to take it. The eternal weapon left behind by the deities represented the invincible power in eternity. Clang! A crisp sound, like that of metal colliding, resounded. Just when everyone thought that Yun Nuoxing's arm had been cut in half, they were shocked to find that a black palm had touched the Qi Emperor sword. Only a few wisps of steam rose from the palm. The sword did not even disperse the black energy on the sword. Wow! Seeing this scene, the people who were watching the battle from afar could no longer sit still. Their exclamations were so loud that it almost overturned the space. Under the exclamations, there were many other horrified voices. How many years had it been since someone had met an eternal weapon with their bare hands? Even if someone like Qi Emperor came back to life, he would not be able to do this when he was at the immortal level. No, the initial god level. They would only dare to do this when they were about to step into the reincarnation state. Qi Wei was also shocked. His eyes were wide open and filled with disbelief. He knew very well that although that sword strike just now was nothing special, it was still capable of cleaving apart half a large area. Yet, it still couldn't shake this slender palm. Yun Nuoxing's black pupils were cold. She fixed her hollow eyes on Qi Wei. She turned her right hand and a huge, purple-black sword appeared in her hand. Then she raised it slightly. Netherworld Ruins sword. Her voice was so cold that it did not contain a trace of emotion. There was no human warmth in her voice. The temperature of the place suddenly dropped a lot. Everyone even shivered. Qi Wei was stunned when he saw that Yun Nuoxing's eyes only fixed on him for a moment and then turned to look behind him. Then he suddenly remembered that Qi Haoyu and Qi Yu were behind him. Thinking of this, Qi Wei's expression changed dramatically. He gave up on Yun Nuoxing and rushed toward Qi Yu and the others behind him. Boom! Right at the instant that Qi Wei turned around and flew out, Yun Nuoxing's nether void sword suddenly descended, and then a black ray of light pounced forward like a ferocious tiger. It expanded to an enormous size in just a few breaths of time, and then it smashed forcefully against Qi Wei. Boom! The huge sword light slammed into a black mountain peak in front of Qi Wei and the others. Suddenly, the sword light turned into a huge energy beam that was thousands of feet long. It penetrated the heavens and the earth. The roar of the explosion swept toward everyone. Under the illumination of the black energy beam that soared into the sky, almost everyone's hands and feet began to tremble. The continuous surge of energy shocked Jin Jinwang and the others. Every time the black energy surged, the pressure and energy of the three eternal divine weapons would be interrupted for a moment. Moreover, it was completely interrupted. Outsiders might not be able to see anything, but the three people who were personally wielding the eternal divine weapons knew what was happening at that moment. When the Abyss sword appeared, it was just like now. It was as if the three eternal divine weapons had encountered something even more terrifying and were afraid. The energy beam only existed for less than a minute before it gradually dissipated. In the place where the light beam appeared, only a fan-shaped sword mark and a bottomless hole was left. Under that destructive attack, everything seemed to have turned into ashes. Bang! A dull sound of impact suddenly rang out. Everyone hurriedly turned their gazes and saw a few pieces flying away at any time. A purple energy barrier protected Qi Wei and Qi Haoyu behind it, but the barrier was full of cracks and was still expanding rapidly. Bang! A crisp cracking sound rang out, followed by the clear sound of someone vomiting blood. As soon as the barrier shattered, Qi Wei knelt on the ground with one knee. He clutched his chest with one hand. The purple light around the Qi Emperor sword that was propped up on the ground had dimmed significantly. Second Elder. Seeing Qi Wei's pale face and vomiting blood, Qi Yu and the others were anxious. They hurried forward to check on him, ignoring their messy robes. Huff! Qi Wei was panting like a cow. After a while, he still could not calm down. Bright red blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, all the way to his chin, and finally dripped to the ground. He raised his head and looked at Yun Nuoxing with eyes filled with shock. His angry roar had a slight tremble in it. Impossible! Your wizard weapon is incomplete. How can it suppress a flawless eternal weapon? Jin Wang and the others were shocked. They all knew that the Netherworld Ruin Sword was incomplete. Logically speaking, it would be difficult for it to resist a flawless eternal weapon. Even if it was once a great achievement weapon that dominated the heavens and earth, it was the same. Now it was incomplete. You talk too much. Qi Wei's angry noise kept echoing in her ears. Yun Nuoxing raised her head slightly and looked at him with disdain. She held the Netherworld Ruin Sword in her hand and slashed at Qi Wei casually. The feeling of death lingered in his heart. Qi Wei broke out in a cold sweat. The Qi Emperor Sword was in his hand and he could still move. As long as he moved, he could take Qi Yu and the others to dodge the attack or block it with the Qi Emperor Sword. However, no matter what thoughts he had, no matter how he moved his body, he could not move. He could only watch the black sword radiance with death approach in a flash. Clang! Just as Qi Wei closed his eyes and waited for death, a black shadow flashed through the air and dashed in front of him, then rapidly enlarged. In the next moment, the sword light containing endless power arrived as expected and collided with the black shadow. A violent sound rang out, and after a short pause, the black shadow was suddenly sent flying, somersaulting dozens of times in the air before coming to a stop. The black shadow was a three-legged cauldron that was only a few meters in size. It was the eternal weapon of the Wan Yuan Hall, the Wan Yuan Cauldron. However, there was a dent in this extraordinary cauldron. That was where the Netherworld Ruin Sword had struck. How can it be so powerful? An incomparably solemn voice sounded from the sky. This was the first time that the 10,000 Origin Cauldron had been used against an enemy, but it was only able to barely block the attack. That person had no doubt that if Yun Nuo's star released a bit more energy, the 10,000 Origin Cauldron would be split open. It didn't release the slightest bit of energy, and that black aura actually increased the power of the divine weapon without limit, allowing it to reach the advanced stage in an instant. I've never heard of such a method before. God King Jin couldn't help muttering to himself when he saw the dent in the 1,000 Origin Cauldron. Although he didn't understand the current situation, he was still able to discern the reason why the Nethervoid sword had suddenly become stronger. But now, the person who controls the Netherworld Ruin sword seems a little strange. Seeing that the two eternal weapons had been repelled, Jin Wang was not excited. The number 1 divine sword of the divine sword record was not under Yun Nuoxing's control. Chapter 419. His cold gaze slowly shifted from Qi Wei to the 1,000 Origin Cauldron that was repairing itself. The purplish-black giant sword slowly emitted a substantial energy ripple that caused a small crack to appear in the space it passed through. The corner of Yun Nuoxing's mouth twitched, slowly forming an evil smile. His low laughter echoed in everyone's ears like an echo. Everyone who heard it trembled. Qi Wei's face turned pale, and the hand holding the Qi Emperor's sword trembled uncontrollably. He couldn't exert any strength, no matter how hard he tried. He slowly raised the Nethervoid sword above his head. The substantial energy ripple penetrated the space and extended to the 1,000 Origin Cauldron, locking onto it. The 1,000 Origin Cauldron, which sensed the energy, emitted a terrifying aura. A pitch-black star energy spread out from the 1,000 Origin Cauldron, causing the person holding the cauldron to be stunned. This wasn't his doing, but the 1,000 Origin Cauldron's own initiative. It wanted to fight against the Nethervoid sword. Junior, don't be complacent. Although I don't know where this mysterious energy came from. We have 3 eternal weapons here. Do you think we're afraid of you? Put down your weapons now, and I'll let you die a quick death. In the sky, the person from the astral pavilion shouted. Yun Nuoxing's sudden increase in strength was merely an external force. He didn't care about it at all. Hee. The demonic laughter once again reverberated in everyone's ears, sending chills down their spines. They fixed their gazes on Yun Nuashing, only to see him waving his left hand. A slender azure silver needle appeared, and the moment Ling Hongjian appeared, many of the people present were breathing rapidly. The divine weapon ranked second in the divine weapon list. They had never seen it before. Moving his gaze away from the 1,000 origin cauldron, Yun Nuashing maintained that strange smile on his face. He raised his head and looked at the Milky Way that stretched across half the sky, tearing the golden thunderclouds apart. His hands slowly approached. "Junior, what are you doing?" Seeing his actions, the people from the astral pavilion felt uneasy. As netherworld kings, they were the first to feel uneasy. Immediately, the Milky Way diagram emitted a powerful pressure as they shouted. "Hee hee!" Ignoring his shout, Yun Nuashing's eyes were filled with coldness and darkness as he stared at the river of stars. As the two divine weapons in his hands came into contact with each other, the space around him suddenly shattered. A series of thunderous explosions came out, shocking everyone's soul. The Linghong sword has the ability to cut through time and space. Apart from that, it is also a divine sword that can encompass everything. It can be integrated into all weapons, and it can also be integrated into one's body to increase the power of the object it supports. Moreover, the more powerful the object it supports, the more terrifying the increase. Jin Jinwang murmured, feeling a little uneasy in his heart. He quickly descended from the sky and stood beside everyone with the golden bottle in his hand. Only God knew how terrifying the thing born from the fusion of these two divine weapons would be. "Stop him!" Seeing the commotion around Yun Nuashing, the strong cultivator who was holding the celestial map had a solemn expression on his face. He could feel how terrifying the fusion of the two divine weapons would be. Immediately, he shouted in a deep voice. The celestial map even drew out a vast galaxy. The galaxy that was depicted in it was no different from the real galaxy. When Qi Wei heard this cry, he regained his senses. He clenched his teeth and barely stood up with the Qi Emperor sword in his hand. However, he did not take the initiative to charge forward. Instead, he waved his hand and swept Qiyu and the rest aside, after which he stared at Yun Nuashing like a lion. The Qi Emperor sword slowly emitted a heart-palpitating energy fluctuation. The 10,000 origin cauldron beside him also slowly rose into the sky. The mouth of the cauldron tilted, and a concentrated Milky Way poured out from the cauldron and fell to the ground. Wherever the Milky Way passed, even the space was distorted. The weight of the Milky Way was extremely heavy. Yun Nuashing smiled evilly as he looked at the three eternal divine weapons. The 6 demonic wings were no longer a beautiful light purple, but a strange dark black. It was so dark that it seemed as though it could suck in one's mind. If someone could see the trajectory of the energy, they would see that the aura flowing in the astral diagram was forcibly separated when it was 10 feet away from Yun Nuashing. There was no energy in the space around him. The Linghong sword and the netherworld ruins, sword in his hands, emitted a dazzling light. After a moment of contact, the Linghong sword trembled slightly and then merged into the netherworld ruins sword under everyone's gaze. Streaks of lightning and sparks swirled around the sword. Gulp. Not far away, Jin Jinwang looked at the wriggling light in Yun Nuashing's hands and couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva. His voice trembled as he said, "Let's retreat." Under countless gazes, Yun Nuashing clasped his hands together, and the ball of lightning in his hands wriggled rapidly. A moment later, the ball of light suddenly burst open, and a slender sword slowly emerged from the light. Then, Yun Nuashing held it in his hand. This new divine sword wasn't as wide as the netherworld ruined sword. The huge hilt of the sword was surrounded by tricolored light, and intertwining runes spread down from the hilt and covered the entire body of the sword. They were wriggling as if they were alive and looked extremely strange. "Attack! Suppress him!" The expert holding the astrological map looked at the huge sword in shock. After a while, he suddenly shouted, and the astrological map transformed into a vast star field that pressed down on Yun Nuashing. The energy that overflowed from the divine sword made his hair stand on end. Qi Wei also knew how much energy that huge sword contained. At this moment, the three of them had no other choice but to join forces, forcefully suppressing the surging energy in his body. Qi Wei had a crazed look on his face as he stared at Yun Nuashing. Qi Wei gritted his teeth, held the Qi Emperor sword, and turned into a ray of light as he charged towards Yun Nuashing. The river of stars that fell on the ground sank a few feet into the ground. It followed a trajectory and extended rapidly on the ground. Then a huge array formed by the river of stars was formed on the ground. The center of the array was facing Yun Nuashing. Huh! Yun Nuashing laughed evilly. She held the divine sword that was formed by the fusion of the Netherworld Ruined sword and the Ling Hong sword in her right hand and spun it a few times. Then she held it with both hands and slowly raised it and stabbed it into the ground violently. Buzz! There was a loud buzzing sound, and a hexagram formed by tricolored light suddenly appeared where Yun Nuashing was standing. After the hexagram appeared, thousands of energy matrices shot out from the 6 tips of the hexagram. In just a moment, the energy matrices covered a radius of 100,000 miles and were still expanding rapidly. Retreat quickly. As soon as the huge array was formed, Jin Jinwang felt a sense of trepidation and hurriedly shouted. The moment everyone heard the shout, they hurriedly rushed to the edge of the array. Yao Hua even used the light element to envelop everyone. I'm going to kill you today. Yao Hua roared, and dazzling golden energy, runes emerged from his body, enveloping everyone. Then resplendent light particles flickered within the runic boundary. Wait, little star is still there. Seeing the light particles rising around her, Xian panicked. Her eyes were fixed on Yun Nuashing. At this moment, the latter's mind was occupied by chaos, and the space around her had been sealed by the 3 eternal weapons. Let's go first. There's no point in staying here. We'll all be wiped out. Jin Jinwang looked around and finally gritted his teeth and said in a low voice. But Xian's mouth froze. She still wanted to say something. There's no time. If we stay here any longer, we'll all die. Yao Hua was sweating profusely. When he saw the energy slowly rising from the array that enveloped half of the ghostly forest, his heart suddenly contracted. He gritted his teeth and shouted, Space travel! Following Yao Hua's shout, the golden runes around everyone suddenly shrank. When the runes completely enveloped everyone and they were about to lose sight of the outside, Xian's heart skipped a beat. Looking at Yun Nuashing, Mei Mao condensed some mist and shouted, Little star! Sigh, kid, nothing must happen to you. Jin Jinwang and the others also looked back until their vision was covered by the golden light. At this time they had no other choice. Yun Nuashing's attack did not distinguish between friend and foe at all. The golden runes condensed into a small ray of light and turned into a bright golden light. It suddenly rushed out of the ghostly forest. Jin Jinwang and the others, who suddenly escaped, also attracted the attention of everyone here. When they saw the array flickering at a high frequency under the ground, they suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air. Although they did not know what was going on, they also understood that this was definitely a bad thing. Immediately, they hurriedly retreated. For a time, the ghostly forest became extremely chaotic again. When the place fell into chaos, the black pattern on Yun Nuashing's forehead suddenly seemed to come alive and extended a little toward his cheeks. The dark light shone on his handsome face, making him look exceptionally evil and terrifying. On his forehead, the red and pink mark suddenly lit up. A ball of light the size of a palm rushed out, and the red wings spread open. The small phoenix paused in the air and turned its head. Its red eyes looked at Yun Nuashing with some uneasiness, and then it quickly burrowed into his body. Stars fall! When the small phoenix came out of Yun Nuashing's soul and burrowed into his body, his evil and clear voice came into everyone's ears. Everyone, including the three people holding the eternal weapons, felt a sense of despair take root in their hearts. Spiritual divine body, go to hell! Qi Wei roared furiously. At this moment, he was less than 30 meters away from Yun Nuoshing. He could reach him in an instant. The sudden feeling made him feel terrified, but now there was no way to retreat. The arrow had left the bow, and there was no way to retreat. In just a moment, Qi Huang's sword would pierce through Yun Nuoshing. Boom! A roar that sounded like the destruction of heaven and earth came from afar. A pitch-black light illuminated heaven and earth, and the sun seemed to have turned into a black sun. Everyone looked up and saw a black energy light pillar that covered an area of 1,000,000 miles. At that moment, eternity appeared. That eternal light was the last thing everyone saw. The pitch-black energy light pillar, mixed with the vast power of stars, fell from the sky. In just a moment, it had pierced through the celestial chart and then blasted towards the earth. Boom! The pitch-black light pillar connected the God's world and the star field. Like a huge landmark, gorgeous and dazzling, the cataclysmic, destructive energy turned into tangible ripples and spread out rapidly. In the ghastly forest, except for the Holy Light Lake and the Broken Soul Mountain, everything was flattened in an instant. Under the crumbling void, cracks appeared in the dark, yellow time barrier. Many experts who did not manage to escape in time dissipated and dissolved in the black light pillar. Leaving not even a trace behind, the destructive energy ripples continued to spread out. On the trembling and shattered earth, the cracks once again split open, rapidly spreading towards the distant horizon. In the distant horizon, the golden light that was galloping forward suddenly stopped. Looking at the light pillar that was far away, a touch of horror surged in everyone's eyes. Then they took a deep breath. My God, are they trying to destroy the entire Taiyuan domain? Chapter 420. The pillar of light that reached the sky was like a divine light that could destroy the world. It made everyone who sensed it breathless. In front of that vast power, everyone was as small as ants. Bright red flames shot up from the cracks in the ground. This attack hit the core of the earth. Even the magma in the depths of the earth was squeezed up. The land trembled and space wailed. Hot magma swiftly surged out of the crack lines like a crimson wave, after which it spread in a mighty manner within the Source Peak region. At this rate, it would not be long before the northwestern region of the Source Peak region would turn into a sea of magma, the star art. I never thought that such an ancient secret technique would see the light of day again. No matter what, this is too much. Jin Jinwang could not help but sigh as he looked at the destructive pillar of light. Although he knew how powerful Yun Nuoshing's father was, it seemed a little too powerful now. Divine King? What is the star art? Mu Ling and the others could not help but ask. It's an ancient and mysterious secret technique that mobilizes the endless power of the stars in the star field. It descends like a divine punishment, just like a god standing in the clouds to judge mankind. Jin Jinwang said slowly with a slight tremble in his voice. The power released by little stars enough to destroy all the stars except for strange places like the realm of the gods. It's so powerful. Hearing this, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Jin Jinwang smiled bitterly and stroked Yao Hua's forehead, who had fainted. Golden light surged into his body. He looked at the pillar of light again and sighed. Fortunately, little star's strength is not enough. Even if he used a strange secret technique to overdraw himself to the level of a divine sun, it is still difficult for him to fully exert the power of the star art. Otherwise, the Source Peak territory would really be blown up. However, even so, Qi Wei and the others are doomed this time. If they are not careful, even their eternal magic weapons will be destroyed. The energy contained in the eternal magic weapon is enough to seriously injure experts who have just entered the divine level. Hearing this, Lei Tian and the others laughed sinisterly. The eternal magic weapon was the greatest reliance of a great force that had produced an immortal. If it was destroyed, their status would be in danger. Since coming out from the golden light, Zian had been standing at the side and staring blankly at the light pillar that connected to the sky. Her hands were folded before her chest, and her beautiful eyes were slightly lifeless. Seeing her like this, everyone coughed dryly and stopped talking. I wonder how Little Star is doing. Although the star technique is powerful, if I don't control it well, I will be destroyed by the concentrated power of the stars. Jin Wang sighed again. Don't worry, Little Star will be fine. The beautiful woman walked forward and stroked Zian's head. Hearing this, Zian shook her head blankly. Even she didn't have the confidence to say this. However, she also hoped that Yun Nuashing would come out and scathe while everyone was talking. The huge pillar of light trembled for a moment. Then, under everyone's nervous gazes, it slowly dissipated. The remaining energy ripples streaked across the space, causing a wave of ripples before disappearing. Following the disappearance of the pillar of light, the sun's rays shone down once again. The warm sunlight made everyone heave a sigh of relief. Phew! Fortunately, it dissipated. If it didn't, Taiyuan City would really be destroyed. Jin Wang smiled bitterly as he wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. Just as she finished speaking, everyone saw a purple figure transform into a purple ray of light and charge towards the area covered in dust. This caused everyone to bitterly smile. This lasts. You guys find a safe place. I'll go in with Zian and have a look. Jin Wang shouted. When he looked back, Zian's figure was already long gone. He immediately smiled bitterly and hurriedly followed her. Just as Jin Wang and the others moved, not far from them, a few experts plunged into the dust and followed them into the Ghost Chi Forest. Perhaps today was the Ghost Chi Forest's calamity. The forbidden area of life that had stood in the northwest of Taiyuan City for dozens of eras, causing people to tremble in fear at the mere mention of its name, had suffered a devastating blow today. The original forest and mountains had been razed to the ground. Only a black mountain range was faintly discernible in the dust and fog. Even so, the 10,000-meter tall mountain peak was enough to make people tremble in fear. Radiant Sacred Lake. A huge energy barrier enveloped the area and blocked the destructive waves. However, in front of the sacred lake, the lingering dust and fog dispersed, revealing a huge hole. Yun Nuashing's all-out attack had turned this place into a bottomless abyss. Cough! At the edge of the abyss, a figure clung to a rock with one hand. The wounds on his body spurted out a bright red stream that flowed down his body. His left hand weakly held a purple longsword. One side of the dragon head sword's hilt had already been shattered. Even the sword's body was covered in cracks. The cracks were mixed with the person's blood, and it seemed like it would shatter at any time. This powerless figure hanging on the edge of the cliff had a disorderly and weak aura. He gasped for breath and spat out mouthfuls of blood. Anyone could see that the second elder of the Qi clan was seriously injured. If he was not careful, it was not impossible for him to die. If the Qi Emperor's sword had not helped him bear the brunt of the energy impact, he would have turned into ashes long ago. Whoosh! Many air-piercing sounds came from the horizon. Many figures rushed out of the smoke and dust. They looked at the ghostly forest that had turned into a bottomless abyss. When they saw Qi Wei's sorry state, they looked at each other in dismay. Cold sweat seeped out of their foreheads. They turned to look at another part of the sky. There, a black figure was still flowing with vigorous, dark energy. His breathing was still stable, and his appearance was the same as before. The destructive energy just now did not seem to have caused him any harm. This guy actually defeated Qi Wei. Everyone muttered to themselves. The shock in their voices was very obvious. Qi Wei's strength had reached the Emperor of the Underworld many years ago. Now that he had the Qi Emperor's sword, an eternal divine weapon, in his hand, He could even kill an emperor god expert. In the world of the gods, he was a first-class expert, standing at the top of the pyramid. Now, this expert with such a high status had fallen into such a sorry state. The Qi family's Qi Emperor's sword is about to break. Some sharp-eyed people immediately saw the purple longsword in Qi Wei's hand. When they saw that it was full of cracks, they gasped. An eternal divine weapon was a divine weapon that accompanied a god for his entire life. After such a long time, it was the epitome of invincibility. However, more than half of it had been destroyed by Yun Nuoxing. The whole place was silent. Everyone knew that defeating Qi Wei, an expert who was quite famous even in the god realm, and destroying the legendary divine weapon of the Qi family would be a great achievement. At the very least, the already famous spiritual divine physique would be even more famous. Whoosh! Under the silent sky, there were suddenly two whooshing sounds. Then, two figures appeared beside Qi Wei in a flash and grabbed him, saving him from the danger of falling into the abyss. The one who grabbed Qi Wei was in a gray robe. His aura silenced everyone. Naturally, it was Qi Yu. The other person beside him was none other than Qi Haoyu, the divine son of the Qi family. Qi Yu grabbed Qi Wei, who was covered in blood, and hurriedly supported him. Although Qi Wei was weak, there was still some aura flowing in his body. Qi Yu heaved a sigh of relief. The Emperor of the Netherworld was the foundation of their force. If he died, it would be a great loss. Second Elder. Qi Yu hurriedly called out. Huff! Huff! Qi Wei gritted his teeth to stop the blood from gushing out of his mouth. He breathed heavily and looked up at Yun Nuoxing. His eyes were full of horror. Finally, he could not help but shout, This power is definitely not something that a little cultivator of the celestial level like you can control. Who exactly are you? The horror in Qi Wei's eyes was not ignored by the others. They could not help but swallow their saliva. It was unbelievable that a dignified deity of a generation showed such a terrified expression in front of a mortal cultivator. Just as Qi Wei's voice sounded out, a cold gaze suddenly swept over, causing his entire body to tremble. Even the hand that was holding the Qi Emperor sword could not stop trembling. He forcefully stopped his body from trembling due to fear, and opened his eyes with great difficulty. However, he saw Yun Nuoxing in the sky, staring at him with a cold gaze. The corner of Qi Wei's mouth twitched slightly. He gasped for breath for a while, and quickly shut his mouth. Previously, he had almost been killed by a casual sword strike because he had said too much. But now, staring at Qi Wei and the others below indifferently, Yun Nuoxing slowly raised her hand. Her palm slipped out of her sleeve, and her slender index finger slowly stretched out. She aimed at Qi Wei, and a little black light quietly appeared on her fingertip. Gulp! Feeling the chaotic energy again, Qi Wei swallowed the blood in his throat and shouted to Qi Yu and the others in a panic, Let's go! Let's go! Hearing this, Qi Yu quickly nodded. However, just as he was about to take the others and run away, the cold gaze locked onto them, causing them to tremble violently. Then they realized that the space around them had somehow frozen, and they could not even move a finger. Outside the ghastly forest, two streams of light suddenly flashed in and stopped above the edge of the abyss. When their eyes swept over the ball of chaotic energy in Yun Nuoxing's hand, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Wait, this guy is no longer the little star, you know. Jin Jinwang took a step forward and reached out his hand to stop the agitated Xian. He looked at Yun Nuoxing and Qi Wei seriously. When he saw the evil smile on Xian's face, he could not help but murmur, This guy is already a different person. A stunning and demonic smile appeared on her handsome face. She slowly raised her hand, and the chaotic and violent energy on her fingertip became more and more concentrated. It was already at a critical state and could erupt with terrifying power like a volcano at any time. Even the gods who were watching felt uneasy. Although she was pointing at Qi Wei and the others, They felt as if she was pointing at them. Roar! Just as the energy from Yun Nuoxing's fingertip was about to shoot out, a dragon's roar suddenly rang out. The vast dragon's might caused everyone to be unable to breathe. Then everyone saw stars twinkling in the sky as a golden dragon broke out from the star domain. In a few flashes it rushed over. The dragon was 1,000 meters long, and the scales all over its body shone with a dazzling golden light. 5 huge claws opened and closed, crushing the space. Stars surged in the dragon's eyes. This is the 7 stars dragon bone of the 7 stars temple. Jinwang glanced at it, took a deep breath, and said, "Unlike all the other eternal weapons, the 7 stars temple's eternal weapon is this golden dragon. It is the only eternal weapon that has self-consciousness and life. Its body is the skeleton left behind by an ancient divine dragon and was refined into a divine weapon. But this golden dragon has its own life force." Ziyan frowned. She could sense a life force that was as vast as the ocean from this golden dragon, and it wasn't as lifeless as a weapon. This is the unique means of the 7 Stars Temple, and it is also a great opportunity for them. The strength of this divine dragon is probably no less than that of a divine spirit. Jinwang said in a deep voice, "Roar!" The golden dragon roared a few times in the sky. Its huge dragon eyes looked at Yun Nuoxing, and it slightly narrowed its eyes. Its slender dragon tail swayed, and it directly rolled up Qi Wei and the others, as well as the sealed space, and threw them into the distance. Yun Nuoxing watched the golden dragon's movements without any emotion in her eyes. She moved her finger slightly and continued to aim at Qi Wei and the others, who had become small black dots in the sky. The ball of energy in her hand turned into an aurora and shot out violently. "Humph, you little brat. How dare you push your luck?" Faced with Yun Nuoxing's attack, an old and cold voice came from the golden dragon's head. At this moment, the golden dragon also moved. It stretched out its powerful dragon claws and finally collided with the small aurora. Boom! The pitch-black aurora hit the golden dragon's palm, and a horrifying energy storm swept out from the point of contact. The void within 100,000 feet was directly shaken and collapsed. Roar! A dragon's roar filled with pain suddenly rang out in the sky. The golden dragon's colossal body began to twist in the sky. Every time its colossal body rolled, space would collapse. Chiyu, who was thrown far away, quickly stabilized himself. Looking at the earth-shattering movement in the distance, he was a little stunned. "What are you waiting for? Let's go." The person on the golden dragon's head saw them stop and couldn't help but frown as he quickly shouted, "Thank you for saving us, brother." Chiyu nodded. He also knew that they shouldn't stay here for long. Cupping his hands, he said in a deep voice and quickly helped Qi Wei disappear into the sky. Looking at Chiyu and the others disappear in the sky, Yun Nuoxing seemed to be stunned for a moment. Then she slowly raised her head and looked at the huge golden dragon. At this moment, there was a medium-sized hole in the claw of this living weapon, and steam was coming out. The palm of the golden dragon was badly burned, and there were wisps of dark energy lingering around the dragon's claw. If this attack hit the dragon's body directly, no one doubted that the black light would pierce through the dragon's body. The dragon's scales wouldn't be able to block it at all. Humph! The person on the golden dragon's head snorted coldly but didn't say anything. The golden dragon also didn't say a word. Its other dragon claw grasped at the abyss below. Everyone saw several streams of light rapidly fly up from the abyss and hover around the golden dragon. When they looked closely, they were so frightened that they swallowed their screams. What flew up from the abyss was a picture of a star field. The stars were dazzling like living creatures, but this magical picture was now broken into several pieces. Some fragments of the canvas were scattered in the air. On the other side, there was a half-broken black cauldron. The divine beast patterns engraved on the cauldron were broken into pieces. The bottom of the cauldron was separated from the body of the cauldron, and it was even cut in half from the middle. This, the star chart, and the 1,000 origin cauldron are both broken. This is unprecedented. An eternal weapon is broken, everyone murmured in a trembling voice. Eternal weapons were almost invincible in everyone's heart. But today they witnessed 2 or even 3 eternal weapons being broken into pieces with their own eyes. It was unbelievable. That was the incarnation of a god. Humph! Junior, we will settle the score with you for destroying the star god weapons later. When the person on the golden dragon's head saw that 2 eternal weapons had been broken into pieces, his face turned a little ugly, but there was nothing he could do. Yun Nuashing could break 2 eternal weapons, so naturally it could also break a 3rd or a 4th. Although the 7 stars dragon bone of the 7 stars temple was special, it wasn't at the level of a real divine weapon. He didn't think that the golden dragon could deal with the latter. It only appeared to retrieve the fragments of the eternal weapons. As long as the god inside was still there, it could be repaired. After the person finished speaking, he glared fiercely at Yun Nuashing, who knew that the latter also happened to look at him. When their eyes met, the person shuddered violently. That gaze was as if he was looking at grass. There was no emotion, no anger, no indifference, no sadness, no emotion. It was just an empty gaze that made people shudder. After seeing this gaze, the person on the golden dragon's head shivered and didn't dare to say a word. He quickly rode the golden dragon and flew to the horizon. Seeing this, everyone laughed bitterly. A dignified god had been scared away by a single glance. That was so damn funny. Chapter 421. Yun Nuashing watched the golden dragon disappear with empty eyes. He turned his head and looked at the 9 sacred mountains of the Death Mountain Range. At this moment, the abyss dark sword that had unleashed the shocking strike had already returned to the center of the sacred mountains and was nowhere to be seen. In the sky, the dust that filled the sky had already settled. The abyss below was so huge that it made everyone's heart jump. With such a scale, other than the Death Mountain Range, the rest of the ghost forest had turned into an abyss. Furthermore, the restrictive force here had disappeared. Only then did they remember that they couldn't fly here. With the disappearance of the golden dragon, the sky became calm again. The people from the Astral Pavilion and the 10,000 Source Hall didn't appear from the beginning to the end. In the end, it was the people from the 7 Stars Hall who came out to clean up the mess and rescue the people from the Chi family. Then they escaped without a trace. Yun Nuashing stood quietly in the sky and looked up at the sky. He didn't speak for a long time. Jin Jinwang also kept blocking Xian and didn't let her go over. Although the battle had ended, Yun Nuashing's body was still surrounded by that frightening dark energy. No one knew if he would suddenly attack. Therefore, everyone kept a very far distance from him and just watched from afar. The 6 demonic wings trembled slightly and slowly retracted into his body under everyone's gaze. Yun Nuashing sighed faintly and swept his gaze across everyone. Those who were swept by his gaze hurriedly avoided it and didn't even have the courage to look him in the eye. Even the Emperor of the Dead was scared away by his gaze. How could they look him in the eye? After looking around, his gaze finally landed on Jin Jinwang and Xian. Yun Nuashing turned around and walked down from the sky step by step towards Jin Jinwang and the others. The actions of this malefic star had been observed by everyone. Once he moved, everyone quickly turned their gazes towards him. Jin Jinwang's expression was even uglier. What he saw was still that pair of black eyes without any emotion. They were still looking straight at them and walking towards them step by step. If he didn't know that the golden bell bottle couldn't threaten him, he would have taken it out long ago. Xian, who was protected behind Jin Jinwang, was also shocked. This wasn't the first time she saw Yun Nuashing like this. However, after seeing his true strength, she couldn't help but feel a little afraid. Moreover, it was just as the former said. Yun Nuashing now wasn't the Yun Nuashing they knew. It wasn't until Yun Nuoxing stood in front of Jin Jinwang and the others that everyone watched this scene nervously. They didn't know what this guy wanted to do. A white arm slid out of his sleeve. Yun Nuoxing raised his hand and a talisman slowly rose from his palm. After this talisman appeared, the space around him suddenly lit up with a black light. Several magic arrays rotated silently and enveloped Jin Jinwang and Xian. Seeing his actions, Jin Jinwang panicked. He was about to take Xian and run away when he felt that there was no murderous intent in this dark space. On the contrary, the power seemed very peaceful. The two of them were stunned, especially Jin Jinwang. He recognized that there was also the power of space. The black talisman shone brightly. After a moment, Yun Nuoxing gently clenched his hand. The space around him suddenly shrank together with the spinning magic arrays. In just a few breaths of time, the shrank space and magic arrays flashed, and the place returned to its original state. However, the figures of the three people were nowhere to be seen. He's gone? Seeing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. This fiend had left so unexpectedly. They didn't expect this. Just seeing him made it difficult for them to breathe. This battle had left an unusually deep impression on them. Outside the ghastly forest, the vast plains were filled with solidified magma. Cracks that were hundreds of meters wide extended all the way, and one could still vaguely see a little bit of green grass. More than that, it was black from the solidified magma. Desolation was the main theme of this place. At a certain moment, there was a fluctuation in the space. Then, the space suddenly lit up with a dark light. A dark space and magic array rapidly expanded. In just a breath's time, it had completely expanded. Then, 3 figures appeared from within and floated in the sky. "Little star, are you all right?" In the blink of an eye, the people around them had disappeared. Xian saw Yun Nuoxing's pale face and hurriedly asked. Yun Nuoxing was stunned, but his eyes were already closed. The dark aura hovering around his body had completely disappeared. When he heard the cry, his body swayed a few times. Then he fell forward. Xian saw this and hurriedly supported Yun Nuoxing. What her lily-white hands touched was an ice-cold body without any warmth. She was shocked. However, before she could say anything, Jin Jinwang grabbed Yun Nuoxing's wrist. A moment later, his expression changed drastically. He couldn't help but mutter, "This is terrible, Senior Divine King, little star." Xian's face paled when she heard this. She hurriedly asked. The meridians in his body were originally broken into several sections. Although they've been reconnected, his body was already weak to begin with. He forcefully used that dark energy from an unknown source. This body couldn't take it anymore. Now even his life force. Jin Jinwang frowned. Life force? Xian's body trembled when she heard Jin Jinwang's words. Her face paled even more. Life force was the basis of a person's life. If a person didn't even have life force, then it was the end of their life. Let's go. Let's find Muing first. She might have a way. Jin Jinwang gritted his teeth. With a wave of his hand, a golden light enveloped the 3 of them. They hurriedly rushed into the distance. Within the golden light, Xian hugged Yun Nuoxing tightly. Her lily-white hands held his ice-cold hands. Bits of life force flowed out of her palms and slowly entered his body. It was far slower than the last time when their mouths met. She sighed softly and pressed her face against his. She couldn't help but mutter, "Little star, please be safe." Jin Jinwang quickly found Lei Tian and the others using the 9 Gods Temple's unique communication method. When everyone saw the 3 of them return, they were stunned. Then, when they couldn't sense Yun Nuoxing's aura, the expressions of the Divine Kings changed drastically. The beautiful woman even waved her lily-white hands and slapped away the hindrance, Jin Jinwang. She placed her lily-white hands on Yun Nuoxing's lifeline. "Do your best, littling. Little star's life is in your hands," after being slapped away, Jin Jinwang crawled back to Yun Nuoxing's side. He couldn't help but say when he saw the serious expression on the beautiful woman's face. "Shut up!" The beautiful woman was enraged when Jin Jinwang called her by her nickname. She couldn't help but slap him again. Then she took a deep breath and nodded slightly. Her beautiful face gradually calmed down. She placed her hand on Yun Nuoxing's pulse and carefully checked the condition of her body. The unique life force of the wood element slowly spread from her body, filling the air with life force. Seeing the beautiful woman examining with rapt attention, no one dared to disturb her. Lei Tian and He Zhu glanced at each other and spread out, guarding against the situation around them. The water god king's hands danced like lightning. Arrays flew out from her palms, and thousands of energy arrays flooded the area. The group of juniors looked around, not knowing what to do. A quiet and tense atmosphere lingered in the area. After a long time, the beautiful woman gently opened her eyes. She breathed a sigh of relief and said softly, "Fortunately, he's not completely dead." Hearing this, Xian and the others suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. The former's delicate body collapsed. The tense atmosphere just now had made her mind extremely tense. "There's hope?" Lei Tian and the others asked with joy. The beautiful woman nodded and said, "Little Star has a strange power in his body that helped him hang on to his last breath. There's a weak life force remaining in his body. Xian has been constantly supplying him with life force. In addition, Little Star is in his body. As long as there's a little bit of life force, he can be reborn." Maybe in a while, before the beautiful woman's voice fell, Yun Nuoxing's body suddenly lit up with a gorgeous crimson pink light. Faint purple and crimson pink flames spread out from his body. Xian was shocked and slowly placed his body on the ground. The flames churned. At this moment, everyone seemed to see the figure of a phoenix spreading its wings. 2 kinds of flames surged out from his body. Suddenly, many threads of 2 colors appeared on the surface of his body. They slowly formed a cocoon around Yun Nuoxing's body and slowly closed. A rich crimson pink light surged out from his body. Finally, it turned into a wide, purplish-red cocoon of light that wrapped around his body. Seeing this, everyone was startled and then breathed a sigh of relief. They knew that Yun Nuoxing had used up all his energy and was about to die. He was most likely going to be reborn, just like a phoenix reborn from the ashes. I forgot that this brat had an ancient technique like heaven's emergence. Several divine kings breathed a sigh of relief. Phoenix's nirvana. Maybe this brat will use the power of rebirth to break through in one go. Speaking of which, he seems to have stayed in Immortal 3 for some time. He Zhu scratched his head and couldn't help but laugh. The beautiful woman smiled and nodded. Her mood finally relaxed a little. This time it would be difficult for Yun Nuoxing to die, even if he wanted to. Xian, Yuan Shi, and the others on the side finally breathed a sigh of relief when they heard the two's words. "Now, let's go back to the temple and find a place with sufficient energy. Yun Nuoxing will be better nourished." Once Yun Nuoxing's problem was solved, the tense atmosphere immediately relaxed. Jin Jinwang stood up, looked around, and then smiled. He Zhu nodded, but he was stunned for a moment. Then he turned his gaze to Xian and Yuan Shi. Xian and Yuan Shi were stunned when they received this gaze. They looked at each other, and after a moment, they finally understood. The former smiled and said, "Bring Little Star over." Hearing this, Jin Jinwang laughed evilly. He had always wanted to trick Yun Nuoxing into entering the 9 deities' temple. However, this brat was too resistant at the beginning, and later on he didn't have the time. Now that he was unconscious and couldn't resist, he could forcefully drag him into the temple. It could be said that his wish had been fulfilled. Thinking of this, Jin Jinwang couldn't help but grin. When the divine kings saw this, they all rolled their eyes. Everyone knew what he was thinking. If it wasn't for the fact that Yun Nuashing was half dead this time, he would definitely say, "You guys can go back. I'll just find a place to sleep." Ahem. Then there is no time to lose. Old Shui, hurry up and open the gate. Let's go back. Jin Wang coughed heavily. He flicked his hair and said excitedly to the Water God King with an evil smile, "Damn it. Let's see how Little Star will beat you to death when he wakes up." Seeing his annoying smile, several divine kings felt embarrassed. They couldn't help raising their feet to kick him. The Water God King coughed. The array he had just arranged was arranged in order. Then the array in front of them slowly cracked and expanded rapidly. Inside there was a scene. They tidied up and stepped into the gate one after another. However, Mo Yinhua and Xia Ning didn't go in. Seeing that they were leaving, they said goodbye and separated. Xian and Yuan, she watched them leave. Then they pushed the huge cocoon transformed by Yun Nuashing and stepped into the gate. Chapter 422. The 9 elemental temples were located in the 4 regions of the divine prefecture. They formed a circle around the small divine prefecture. Among many famous forces, there were very few disciples in the 9 elemental temples. Of course, although they were not good in quantity, they were still very successful in quality. Every disciple of the 9 elemental temples had good cultivation talent. The elders of the 9 elemental temples were also well known in the divine prefecture. Therefore, many people knew that if they saw a disciple of the 9 elemental temples outside, they must not be fooled by their appearance. The 9 elemental temples were always unexpected. In the divine prefecture, the 9 elemental temples were very mysterious. Other forces that had established their own sects and schools did a very good job of keeping up appearances. They were magnificent, and ancient. At first glance, people would think that this sect or school was very powerful. However, there was not even a shadow of the 9 elemental temples. Even those who were more familiar with the 9 elemental temples only knew where they were located in the divine prefecture. This made the 9 elemental temples more mysterious in the eyes of others. The ghost forest of the Taiyuan domain was very far away from the northern wilderness. It was difficult to measure the distance with specific numbers. Ordinary practitioners might not be able to reach it even if they walked for thousands of years. Fortunately, the people of the Water God Temple were proficient in magic formations. This was also the method that the disciples of the Water God Temple must know. In order to enter the Water God Temple, one must know how to weave their own magic formations in addition to the purest water elements. At this time, Jin Wang and the others drove straight into the northern wilderness with the help of the Water God Kings transmitting magic formation. Then they carefully arranged several small transmissions and hurried on their way. It took them a total of 4 or 5 days to complete the long journey outside a huge oasis in the northern wilderness called the Water Flame Mountain Range. We've arrived at the Water Flame Mountain Range. This is where the Water God Temple and the Fire God Temple are located. Although we've arrived at the door, if you're not one of us, you still can't enter the house. This is the same even for gods and experts of the rebirth state. Seeing the mountain range full of red trees, Jin Wang stretched his body, turned his head, and smiled at Xian. If it's the Golden Divine Palace, it's in the western region, together with the Wind Divine Palace. In the southern region, it's the Wood Divine Palace and the Earth Divine Palace, while the Thunder Divine Palace and the Steel Divine Palace are in the Eastern Sea. However, when old Shui sets up his formation, he's used to setting it at his own doorstep, so he came here first. Jin Wang said with a smile. When Yuan she heard a place, he replied, "Yes." When the Gold God King finished, he was stunned for a moment before he asked curiously, "What about the Light God Palace?" Ah. Jin Wang was stunned. After rubbing his forehead for a while, he said, "If it's the Light Shrine." Actually, the Light Shrine is in a world of its own, floating in the void. The entrance to the people of the Light Shrine, everywhere is an entrance. As for others, there's an 80% chance that they won't be able to enter. The Yuan Guang realm is the name of the world where the light shrine is located. It was created by the 9 ancestors of the light shrine. If there's no special way to enter, even experts of the rebirth state won't be able to enter. Afraid that Yuan she wouldn't understand, Yao Hua explained. With that, Yuan she nodded in understanding. This was a protective measure that every sect had. For example, his Yuan clan was located in the western region, but it was difficult to find. After all, there aren't many people with the light element. They're even more precious than our disciples. We have to put in some effort to protect them. Jin Jinwang covered his forehead and laughed bitterly. The God Kings shook their heads with bitter smiles as well. A while later, they turned around and waved at everyone, quickly flying into the mountains. Behind them, Zian and the others quickly followed. The group flew through the Red Mountains for close to half an hour before Hu Zhu slowly came to a stop. Behind her, Zian and Yao Hua were stunned. They looked around, but all they saw was a fire-red forest. There were no buildings, no auras of people. It was just an ordinary forest. Ah, the light shrine isn't here. Although the location is correct, in actuality, we're right below the light shrine. Jin Jinwang grinned as he pointed upwards. With that, Zian and Yuan she both raised their heads. However, they couldn't see anything. Apart from white clouds, there was only blue sky. We'll be within the range of the light shrine's formations once we enter the fire shrine or water shrine. We won't be able to enter without the mark of the fire shrine or water shrine. Jin Jinwang smiled. A fire-red medallion appeared in his hand before flying out. Faint fire elemental energy radiated from it as it shone brightly. The space above his head actually gradually twisted. In the end, under Zian and Yao Hua's shocked gazes, it turned into a space gate. A small space gate. After entering from here, we'll be at the headquarters of the Fire Shrine and Water Shrine. Jin Jinwang smiled and took the lead in floating through the gate. Behind him, the group of people from the Light Shrine followed. Zian and Yao Hua didn't stand on ceremony either. They took the cocoon and entered the gate. After everyone entered, the space gate dissipated into nothingness. After entering the space gate, Zian and Yao Hua only felt that the surrounding space and time were flowing at an abnormal speed. Suddenly it was as fast as the speed of light, and suddenly it was as slow as static. They didn't know how much time had passed. It seemed like a blink of an eye, but it also seemed like hundreds of days had passed. Above their heads there was a change. The sky that was originally blue, like a whirlpool, had now turned into a blue sky. A huge floating island appeared in front of them. On the island there was a mountain range and a towering mountain peak. The huge divine shrine stood in the center of the island. Around the divine shrine, some buildings could be seen faintly. They could even hear waves of shouting in the distance. We're above the clouds in the sky. The barrier around the entrance of the divine shrine and around the divine shrine has been strengthened and maintained by the previous temple masters. After so many years, it's still intact. It can disturb the surrounding space and time. Even if someone accidentally passes through the divine shrine, they won't be able to sense the strangeness of this space. After all, this barrier can be considered half a worldwide barrier. It's just that the main body is separated from the original space. Jin Jinwang said with a smile. Zian was also a little shocked when he heard this. He couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Yuan, she was also amazed. Compared to the protective measures of the Yuan family, the 9 shrines measures were much more sophisticated. Even a late god-level master might not be able to find this place. Not long after the group of people appeared in the sky, a dozen or so huge fire cranes suddenly flew out from the distant mountain peak. There were some figures standing on the fire cranes, and the leading fiery red figure quickly flashed over and appeared in front of everyone. The figure that appeared in front of everyone looked very young, no more than 20 years old. He wore a scarlet robe, and his refreshing fiery red short hair gently danced in the wind, giving him a sense of elegance. The red-clothed man's thin face was very delicate and handsome, with a masculine aura. The corners of his mouth were tightly pursed, and he was filled with dignity. Senior Divine King. Seeing that it was Jin Wang and the others, the red-clothed man heaved a sigh of relief. He turned his head and nodded, allowing the wild beasts that were hovering in the air to retreat first. Yes. Jin Wang nodded with a smile, then turned his head, pointed at the red-clothed man in front of him, and said to Zian and the other with a smile, "This is Huasheng, the godson of the Fire God Shrine. Don't be fooled by his face of a 10,000-year-old iceberg. He's actually a good person." Hearing this, Zian and the other was startled, and the man named Huasheng was even more embarrassed. He didn't expect that the Divine King would introduce him as soon as they met. The former and the other stuck their heads out and glanced at the man, while the latter also looked over with a strange expression. But this glance made him suddenly stunned. His eyes stared straight at Zian, unable to move away at all. The 10,000-year-old iceberg face showed rare signs of melting, and there was a sense of warmth after ice and snow, which surprised Jin Wang and the others. Inexplicably being stared at by a warm gaze, Zian was stunned. Seeing that Huasheng was staring at him, he was very embarrassed. He unnaturally shrank his body and hid behind the beautiful woman. Cough! Everyone coughed dryly and pulled Huasheng out of his state of forgetfulness. The latter paused and also realized that he had lost his composure. He laughed dryly and scratched the back of his head. "Go and call the Great Elder or the Hallmaster out. Just say that there's something important to discuss." Jin Wang said, and then laughed bitterly. What the hell was this? That warm gaze just now really made people unable to adapt. Huasheng was stunned, and only after long while did he come back to his senses. Looking at Jin Wang, he said, carefully, "But the Divine King." Great Elder and the others said, if there's nothing important, don't disturb them." Isn't there something important? Just tell them that the Son of God's mandate is here." With such a roar, I think the Hall Masters of the 9 Shrines will come. Jin Wang touched his chin and said. The last sentence was said in a very low voice, making it difficult for others to hear. "All right." Huasheng nodded with a bitter smile. He looked around slightly, inadvertently looking behind the beautiful woman, but he did not see Zian's figure. Then he looked at the 2-colored cocoon to the side and was stunned for a while. "Son of God's mandate!" He could not help but mutter inside. Basically, all the disciples of the 9 Shrines had heard of this name before, but they did not know who it was. After thinking for a while, Huasheng shook his head and hurriedly flew towards the central shrine. Only when Huasheng rushed into the shrine did the Divine Kings turn their heads strangely. They glanced at the embarrassed Zian and looked at each other. After a while, they all laughed bitterly and waved their hands. "Let's go first. We'll talk after we settle the little idiot down. If you don't want to go back, then just stay here and take care of that idiot." Oh, Yao Hua and the others all frowned when they heard that. They looked at each other and winked at each other for a while, communicating with each other as if they had a tacit understanding. Afterwards, they all nodded and chose to stay. Jin Wang led everyone to the very top of the shrine. The top floor was several hundred meters wide, and there was a crystal platform in the center. Above the crystal platform was a 30-meter wide hole. They could see the clear sky through the hole. Hundreds of huge stone pillars stood at the edge of the top floor of the shrine. The ground was engraved with numerous complex runes, as well as seemingly disorderly matrix lines. Those runes and marks were all drawn by the matrix lines and connected from the periphery to the crystal platform in the center. These matrix lines and runes could absorb all the energy within the shrine and converge to the crystal platform in the center. This was the place with the densest energy in the shrine. It gathered the elemental energy between heaven and earth and the power of stars passed down from the star field. After listening to Jin Jinwang's explanation, Xian carefully placed Yun Nuoxing's cocoon on the crystal platform. At this moment, the light inside the huge cocoon flickered and pulsed like a beating heart. Every time the light was released, the surrounding energy would fluctuate. As soon as Yun Nuoxing's cocoon was placed on the crystal platform, the light inside the cocoon suddenly flourished. Then, under everyone's astonished gaze, many silk threads extended from the surface of the cocoon, covering the sky and covering the earth. Everyone took a small step back to avoid being entangled. The silk threads wrapped around the stone pillars at the edge of the cocoon before stopping. At the same time, rich starlight and elemental energy diffused from the crystal platform. Even the surrounding energy was attracted and gathered in a steady stream. The two flames intertwined and hovered on the surface of the cocoon. In an instant, everyone could clearly see a phoenix proudly raising its head and spreading its wings. However, this scene only lasted for a few seconds. They knew that this was a vision caused by the fire of the little phoenix. Seeing this scene, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The more vigorous the true phoenix fire burned, the faster Yun Nuoxing would recover. However, the true phoenix fire was not really subdued by Yun Nuoxing. It was just that the little phoenix was in her body, so she could use it temporarily. I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. However, the healing time shouldn't be too short. I don't know how long she will sleep. Jin Jinwang smiled and shook his head. Every time Yun Nuoxing was seriously injured and exhausted, she would need a year or so to recover. However, she could recover safely. No matter how long it took, it didn't matter. Chapter 4:23. Looking at the light cocoon rising from the flames, Jin Jinwang smiled faintly and was about to take his people out of the top floor to have a good rest. However, a strong shout made his body stiffen. Where is the little god? This old man has come out. Let me take a look. The moment the shout rang out, a figure flew out from the bottom of the divine hall. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the top floor. Looking at the top of the divine hall that had become like a cave and the light cocoon on the crystal platform, he was stunned for a moment. His young face was quickly filled with astonishment. Great Elder. Seeing the first person, Jin Jinwang and the others were also startled. Hua Zhu gritted his teeth and walked forward, calling out softly. Hearing Hua Zhu's call, the great elder of the fire god shrine turned around and saw Jin Jinwang and the others here. He casually nodded and then quickly swept his gaze behind them. However, he didn't see Yun Nuoxing's figure. He couldn't help but wrinkle his fiery red eyebrows and said in a deep voice, Hua Zhu, where is the little god? Being directly asked by the great elder, Hua Zhu was speechless. A bitter smile appeared on his face. He opened his mouth, but couldn't say anything for a long time. He really didn't know what to say and didn't have time to care that his nickname was called out in front of the younger generation. When he heard Hua Zhu's nickname, Yao Hua was the first to burst out laughing. The others either covered their mouths or looked up at the sky with funny expressions. Jin Jinwang was called Little Stone, and the Fire God King was called Hua Zhu. Then, what were the Thunder God King and the others called? Hua Zhu fiercely turned his head and glared at Yao Hua. He smiled bitterly and said, That little star. He swallowed hard and slowly pointed his finger at the center of the top floor. Then he nodded. Oh, he's here. Oh, Ascension? Is he seriously injured? Hua Zhu, you said that you would protect the little god. What? You actually injured him? After seeing the cocoon of light, the great elder nodded. Then he suddenly felt that something was wrong. His eyes narrowed as he stared at the 8 people of Hua Zhu, causing them to have goosebumps. When the great elder was teaching the God Kings a lesson with his eyes, the space suddenly distorted. Then it gradually formed a simple spatial door. 2 figures slowly walked out of the spatial door. One of them was the godson of the fire god palace, Hua Sheng. As for the other person, the moment he appeared, Xian and Gu Shijie were astonished to discover that this person, along with the space-time and energy he was in, didn't seem to exist. They couldn't even sense the slightest bit of this person's aura. Although they didn't know if the Divine King and the others were intentionally or unintentionally giving them a strong sense of oppression, they didn't feel the same as this person, that Hallmaster. After this person arrived, Hu Zhu and Jin Jinwang hurriedly greeted him respectfully. Not only did Xian and Gu Shijie feel this way, they also felt this way. After all, the difference in realms was too great. Ascension to become an immortal, divine flame casting body, elemental condensation, soul sea, spirit world, fate seal. This is the legendary person. As soon as this person came out, his eyes stared at the cocoon formed by Yun Nuashing. With his hands behind his back, he said softly, "This kind of eyesight made everyone present blush with shame. What kind of thing did you see with your eyes? Why couldn't we see it? Let that little guy sleep. During this period of time, seal the Fire God Palace and don't let anyone in." The Fire God Palace Hallmaster sighed and said, "I know you all want to know the origin of this little guy, but I only know a little more than you all." After saying that, he waved to everyone, then turned around and walked down the Fire God Palace. Everyone looked at each other and was stunned for a long time until the Hallmaster waved to them again. Only then did they quietly leave the top floor. Following the withdrawal of everyone, this place also became quiet. Only the two colored flames continued to burn tirelessly as they emitted a soft, explosive sound. Within the light cocoon, a powerful life was quietly being nurtured, waiting for the moment to transform into a phoenix and undergo a nirvanic rebirth. Our 9 Elements temple has existed since the ancient era. At the same time, there are the current 8 great clans and many other great sects and great forces. They have all been annihilated in the long river of time. In the huge spiral staircase of the side hall of the main hall, there were many lifelike portraits of people placed there. The beautiful lines made people feel as if the person was completely printed on the portraits and not drawn. Those hanging here were all the outstanding disciples of the Fire God Palace. Only the most outstanding disciples were qualified to hang a portrait here. Many disciples of the 9 Elements Temple also secretly regarded this as the greatest honor. They were all working hard, looking forward to the day when their portrait could be hung here. To be honest, the 9 Elements Temple has existed since the first half of the ancient era, and the 8 great clans appeared in the middle of the era. At that time, the first Hall Masters had already fallen, and after many generations, it was Qi Huang and Xian Xin's turn to rise. At that time, the reputation of the 9 Elements Temple had already spread throughout the divine world, and even the people in the outer star field knew about the existence of the 9 Elements Temple. I still haven't found the birthplace of the primogenitor and the others. There's also no detailed information about them. Perhaps they were all erased by history. After so many years, not many things from the ancient era are left, let alone the archaic era. After walking around in circles for a long time, a small platform suddenly appeared in their line of sight. Inside the platform, there was a dust-covered door, and a light step on it would cause dust to fly. The Fire God Palace's Hall Master stood in front of the door on the platform and gently pressed his palm on the door. Then, a ray of light appeared on the door, and a lot of energy traces suddenly appeared on the ordinary door. All of them extended from the place where the Hall Master had just pressed his palm on. It seemed to be a kind of seal. Maybe you have already guessed that an immortal great force, a great force that has spanned 2 eras, must have produced a divine realm expert, that is, a reincarnation realm expert. According to my understanding, Qi Huang and the others are reincarnation realm experts, but they have not been crowned with the title of God. The 9 Elements Temple is no exception. The ancestors have indeed stepped into the reincarnation realm, but they are far stronger than the reincarnation realm experts of the later generations. When the Hall Master said this, his back slightly straightened, and a kind of respect was born from the bottom of his heart for the ancestors who had already passed away. Could it be? Hearing this, Jin Wang couldn't help but tremble and murmur in a low voice. "That's right." The Hall Master nodded and said, "The ancestors have stepped into the divine realm. They are the strongest experts in the world who are invincible." The birth of 9 divine realms in a row. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Even the Fire God Palace's great elder couldn't help but sigh, but he didn't believe it from the bottom of his heart. Wasn't it said that there would only be one divine realm expert? Those are all false rumors. Who can really say that, other than the mythological era, there was no time when divine realm experts coexisted? It's just that no one knows. Moreover, divine realm experts like the ancestors are not really invincible existences. Knowing what they were thinking, the Hall Master shook his head and said, "Ah." Everyone was stunned. Then they suddenly understood something. Back then, the 9-shrine primogenitor and the others had fallen in the Ganyuan region. As gods, they had already ascended to the heavenly god realm. Their lifespan would be greatly extended. How could they disappear so easily? Thinking about it this way, the only remaining possibility was that they had encountered an unprecedentedly strong enemy, so strong that even the divine realm experts couldn't fight against them, and finally fell in battle. Could it be the 4 beasts? Or other divine beasts of the god era? Jin Wang couldn't help but ask. "I don't know. We have thought of many answers, and you are thinking in the same direction as us. Although we want to deny it, this is the only answer that is most acceptable." The Hall Master nodded and sighed. Divine beasts that grew from the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, whether they were light or dark, good or bad, had power that even divine realm experts couldn't contend with. Legend said that they were comparable to divine realm experts. If this was the case, then a lot of things would make sense. We don't know the truth, but there is one thing that we know, and this is something that only the higher-ups of the 9 Elements Temple knew. The world has never heard of it, nor known about it, Hall Master was said solemnly. Back then, the 9 Elements Temple Masters were life and death friends. From the moment they met, they went forward hand in hand. In the eyes of the world, I'm afraid that the relationship between brothers was nothing more than that. They were a group of close friends, but more like a family. According to the introduction left in the ancient books, no matter where the ancestors went, they went together. But later we found some problems. Hall Master Ho paused, looked at the stone door that was gradually opening, and sighed heavily. "What's the problem?" Jin Wang quickly asked. Among the 9 divine temples, although the Light Temple has always been the most powerful and well-deserved leader, they have always kept a low profile, just like the Light Temple's style now. As for us, the style of the other divine temples is more or less related to the ancestors back then. Therefore, the Golden Temple has always been the one in charge. When the stone door was fully opened, Temple Master was sighed again, and took the lead to walk through the door. He then waved his hand behind him, and the others hurriedly followed him in. The ancestors are the same. The more active ancestor gene is the leader. When Hall Master was said this, his expression was a little strange, and he didn't know how to address them. After entering the stone gate, they found themselves in a dark and narrow passageway. After everyone had entered, the stone gate slowly closed. After walking for an unknown period of time, the space in front of them suddenly became spacious. Everyone also filed out and stood at the side. Hall Chief who waved his fiery red sleeves gently. He lifted his head and looked at the sky. As he waved his sleeves, light gradually appeared in this space. It slowly brightened up. A moment later, it finally became bright. In the spacious and bright room, bookshelves were arranged in a crisscrossing manner. On the bookshelves were various ancient books. An ancient and vicissitudes of life assaulted everyone's faces, and they couldn't help but sigh at the passage of history. These ancient books are many times older than I am. They were all left behind by the ancestors using some methods. Perhaps they already knew that they didn't have long to live? In this ancient house that was filled with the fragrance of books, facing the entrance, there were some carefully protected portraits hanging on the walls of the platform on the second floor. They were much more realistic than the ones they had seen earlier. These are the portraits of the ancestors. They were left behind by the first temple masters in the earliest days of the divine temple. They are the most precious things, and as you can see, Hall Master who couldn't help but shake his head. How could this be? The 9 ancestors, and that is, apart from the first elder, everyone else widened their eyes in shock. Although they didn't recognize any of the people depicted in the portraits, they had witnessed a very strange thing. There were 10 portraits hanging on the wall. Moreover, they didn't find one of them unfamiliar. This was because the person in the portrait, it was too similar to Yun Nuashing. Chapter 4:24. On the tall wall hung 10 portraits, filled with the aura of time. 9 of them were people they did not recognize, but from a little bit of characteristics, they could recognize that they were the ancestors of the temples. However, in the middle of the portrait, there was a black-haired man with a stern face. If he were to be slightly modified, his eyebrows would be slightly elongated, slightly raised, and his chin would be a little sharper. That appearance would be exactly the same as Yun Nuashing. When the 9 divine temples were born, there was a hidden 10th Hall Master. He was the best friend of the primogenitors, and the leader was him. If I am not mistaken, he is that little fellow's ancestor, Hall Master was said solemnly. The 10th? Hidden Temple Master? What the hell? Everyone was shocked when they heard this. They did not understand what the sudden appearance of a hidden Temple Master meant. I don't know the details. According to the fragments of information left behind by the ancestors, the 10 of them were as close as brothers. They said that without him, there would not be the 9 temple today. It was because of his suggestion that the 9 ancestors established the sect and developed it to this day. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is the true founder of the 9 temple Master was said. But even if he is an ancestor, he looks too much like Little Star. He doesn't look like an ancestor, but more like a father and son. In other words, grandfather and grandson don't look that much alike. Everyone was stunned. They didn't know what to say for a while. The Gold God King even started to ridicule. This is the truth. It is useless to argue. Moreover, we don't even know who the other half of this child's ancestor is. Temple Master was said with a bitter smile. In that case, the portraits that Temple Master gave us were engraved from this one? Jin Jinwang suddenly thought of something and quickly asked. In the 9 temple, almost everyone had seen a portrait of a person. That portrait was the one that was hanging in the middle of the 10 portraits. That person was Yun Nuashing's ancestor. Although they knew that they were looking for this person, they did not expect that this person would be one of the co-founders of the 9 temples. He joined the 9 divine temple, but disappeared later on. Another time was an era ago when he met someone who was suspected to be his father. However, before he could make contact with him, he received news that the person had died in battle. That portrait was from that person. Now that the little fellow has come to the 9 divine temple, this is the 2nd time. Hall Master was sighed softly and said, since the bloodline has been passed down and we haven't found any big clans in the divine realm over the years, it can only be passed down through a single bloodline. Generation after generation, across several eras, until the current Yun Nua planet. That person's methods back then could be said to be miraculous. This child is a member of the 9 temple. No matter how much time has passed, no matter how many eras have passed, this is constant. It is the same for the 10 primogenitors and for us. Hearing the relief in Temple Master Hu's voice, everyone fell silent. They did not expect there to be such a deep meaning behind it. He is someone who is tied to the 9 divine temples. At this moment, Yao Hua could not help but sigh. Thinking back to what the elder had said to him, he was still a little unconvinced at the beginning, thinking that Yun Nua planet was not important to the 9 divine temples and was just a person with greater potential. Now, It seemed that he was indeed someone who was tied to the 9 divine temples and was deeply entangled with them. According to the broken marks left behind by the primogenitors, this chief temple master is not even a match for the 9 primogenitors. He is the soul of the primogenitors. Temple Master who said, 9 primogenitors can't even defeat one. If the news they had just heard had shocked Jin Jinwang and the others, then this news had left them dumbfounded. They did not know if they had heard wrongly or if the chief temple master was really too powerful. Speaking of which, Hall Master was suddenly thought of something. He lowered his head and rubbed his chin as he pondered. The crowd, who had yet to recover from the shock, did not care about what he was thinking. Their minds were constantly replaying the words that Hall Master had just said. They were still imagining things. By the time everyone recovered, they saw that Temple Master Huo was looking for something in the rows of bookcases. Dust fell from the bookcases and landed on his face. He could not help but cough dryly. When everyone saw this, they quickly gathered around him. The first elder asked curiously, "Temple Master, what are you doing?" Back then, some of the things left behind by the primogenitors must be handed over to him. This is the primogenitor's wish. We were not able to hand it over to him the previous 2 times. Now that it is my turn to look after it, I have to hand it over to him. Temple Master who patted the dust off his body and waved his hand to get rid of the dust in front of him. Everyone looked at each other and tactfully did not walk over to take a look. This was something that only the temple masters of the past could know about. They could not ask about it. The arrival of Yin Nuashing's group caused the Fire Divine Hall to become extremely lively. Some of the disciples and even the elders in the Fire Divine Hall were extremely curious about the person they had been searching for all this time. In the past few years, the elders in the Divine Hall basically did not have any time to rest. They had been wandering around outside the entire time. It was because they had accidentally seen Yun Nuashing in the Taiyuan domain. Only when Jin Jinwang and the others could no longer hold themselves back and personally set off to find Yun Nuashing did the 9 divine halls calm down slightly. Afterwards, many incidents occurred, causing the God Kings and the 9 geniuses who had been cultivating in seclusion to become active members. The 9 temple masters were also waiting. They were waiting for the day when Yun Nuashing officially stepped into the 9 divine halls. Although she had really entered now, she had entered while sleeping. Therefore, after settling Yun Nuashing's matters the next day, Temple Master was sent the news to the other 8 divine halls, letting everyone know that the child of God had returned almost a minute after the news was sent. 8 huge floating islands appeared around the Fire Divine Hall. Bright lights gathered together, so beautiful that the disciples of the divine halls were blinded. The most shocking thing was that the Light Divine Hall, the legendary divine hall that had always been hidden in the void, had actually appeared in its entirety because of one person. A space jump required an enormous amount of energy. On such a huge floating island, a space jump over a relatively long distance was enough to drain a netherworld king powerhouse dry. But now they had crossed an immeasurable distance, leaping over from 3 other places in the divine prefecture. This kind of means was daunting to look at. Just as the 9 divine halls converged, dozens of streams of light suddenly shot up into the sky from the other 8 divine halls, rushing uniformly toward the Fire Divine Hall in the center. Temple Master, whose cheeks trembled at the speed of these 8 old fellows, but he did not say anything. He knew that only in this kind of matter, their enthusiasm would shock everyone. After everyone heard the details reported by Jin Jinwang and the others, they flew toward the top of the Divine Hall without saying a word. When they saw the top of the Divine Hall, they couldn't help but be a little speechless. Then they tiptoed toward the light cocoon in the middle. Dozens of pairs of eyes swept over it inch by inch, as if they couldn't wait to cut it open. This caused the light cocoon to tremble as if it was frightened. The few hall masters walked forward and extended their hands to pat it gently. Then everyone saw that the endless flame suddenly became much more vigorous, as though it had been strengthened. The energy that was originally flowing quickly in the surroundings suddenly became abnormally turbulent. In the end, the majestic suction force formed an energy whirlpool that was 100 feet wide in the sky, continuously absorbing the energy of the outside world. Such a huge extraction of energy caused everyone to be a little worried. They were afraid that the Yun Nua planet would not be able to withstand it. However, after thinking that this fellow had a spiritual divine body, they calmed down again. It could even withstand the energy of a Nether King, so this was not a big deal. After confirming that there was no problem, the temple masters stood silently for a long time. Then they turned around and returned to the divine hall. Before they left, they expressed that there were some things that they should throw to this guy. Hearing the same words as Temple Master Hua, Jin Jinwang and the others couldn't help but cover their faces. What exactly did he leave behind? Knowing that Yun Nuashing had returned, he wanted to take it? After the 9 divine halls converged, the 9 temple masters cut off the connection between the divine halls and the outside world, as they were worried that it would affect Yun Nuashing's recovery. They also warned their own disciples not to spread this matter. Nobody objected to this. The area of the floating island was very large. It was comparable to some medium-sized cities. Moreover, this time the 9 divine temples had unexpectedly gathered together. The 9 floating islands were running around. It wouldn't be a problem to stay here for 10 years. Moreover, the energy here was much denser than the outside world. Since the divine halls were in seclusion, Xian and the others naturally chose to stay. As long as Yun Nuashing didn't wake up, she wouldn't be completely at ease. She sat on the top floor of the Fire Divine Hall every day, guarding and waiting for Yun Nuashing to wake up. The 2 little girls, Ming, who had been unconscious all this time, were also settled here. As for Yuan Shi, he would stay beside Yun Nuashing for a long time every day. Then he would run to the Divine Wind Divine Hall and exchange pointers with their disciples. He would also learn the essence of the Divine Wind Divine Hall. After all, if the Divine Wind Divine Hall's understanding of the elements was ranked second among the 9 divine halls, no one would dare to be ranked first. After dozens of eras, he had specialized in one element and passed it down generation after generation. No one could compare to him. Temple Master Feng also tacitly approved of his actions. He was Yun Nuashing's good friend and also the young master of the Yuan family. As the next master of the Yuan family, anyone would be happy to have another staunch ally. Since that was the case, it didn't matter. At first, the disciples of the Divine Wind Divine Hall were a little conflicted. However, with Yuan Shi's temperament, he got along well with them in just 2 or 3 days and gradually became familiar with Fengya and the others. Time flowed like water. In the blink of an eye, spring passed and autumn came. In the emerald forest, a green and yellow light was playing mischievously and chasing each other into the distance. Only the Divine Wind Divine Hall was still green. Above the sky, dark clouds were densely packed. Lightning fell from the sky like raindrops. Streaks of silver-blue lightning shot out from the clouds like giant snakes. Every time they collided, it would cause the huge energy whirlpool in the sky to fluctuate a little. Some of the overflowing lightning was even swept away by the whirlpool and sent to the light cocoon in the center of the Divine Hall. In the past half a year, heavenly tribulations had occurred frequently. Everyone was already used to such a scene. However, every time this happened, some of the male disciples who were walking around in the Divine Hall would unconsciously stop their footsteps and stare nervously at the sea of lightning in the sky. Even the Divine Son of the Fire Divine Hall, Hosheng, was not spared. Looking at the slender figure flashing in the sea of lightning, his entire body could not help but tense up. In the sea of lightning, a purple figure flashed past quickly. Her long purple hair fluttered in the wind. The lightning illuminated her ethereal face that was covered by a dignified expression. The purple robe stuck to her charming body, outlining her perfect and moving curves. Her entire body was filled with majestic, 5-colored energy. Although 3 of the colors were relatively thin, she could still use them. For the past half a year, Xian had been staying beside the light cocoon formed by Yun Nuashing. The rich energy there allowed her cultivation speed to increase exponentially. The cultivation of the 5 elements body was a bit similar to that of the divine body. As long as there was enough energy of the 5 elements body, the cultivation speed would be very fast. Originally, she was in the half-immortal realm. With the help of the almost endless energy, she forcefully broke through the shackles and stepped into the immortal realm. On that day, it was also because of the uniqueness of the 5 elements body that the heavenly tribulation was triggered for the first time. Perhaps because she had an obsession in her heart, Xian's cultivation speed was not any slower than that of Yun Nuashing. She climbed up step by step. Every few small realms, she had to undergo a tribulation. This speed made Yao Hua and the others feel a little ashamed. They watched her undergo a tribulation every 10 days or half a month. After each tribulation, they could feel that her aura was much more powerful than before. Their mouths and tongues were a little dry. The thunderbolts in the sky lasted for more than an hour. Finally, they slowly dissipated. Xian slowly landed on the roof of the divine palace. Her purple clothes were a little burnt, and some parts of her skin were exposed. Her plump breasts kept rising and falling. Every tribulation was a test. Every person who had undergone a tribulation would have a lingering fear when thinking about it. Because she had the 5 elements body, there was a chance that she would trigger the energy of heaven and earth to trigger a tribulation. Ordinary people would only undergo a tribulation for the first time when they stepped into the initial God realm. In comparison, Yun Nuashing and Xian began to undergo the baptism of the heavenly tribulation much earlier. Seeing that Xian was fine, the male disciples below heaved a sigh of relief. The disciples of the 9 divine palaces did not know much about her. They only knew that this beautiful girl, who looked very quiet, had always stayed on the top floor of the divine palace and rarely came out. That place was designated as a forbidden area by the 9 divine palace masters. Except for specific people, no one was allowed to enter at will. And every time she came out, she would undergo a tribulation. Everyone could only look up at the beautiful figure in the sky for a little more than an hour until their necks were sore. Then they watched her weakly walk up to the top of the divine palace. If it were not for the fact that the heavenly tribulation could not be helped by outsiders, they would probably rush up to help her and save her from the sea of suffering of the tribulation. Of course, these thoughts were quickly nipped in the bud. Because the thunderbolts in the sky were extremely powerful, they were not able to resist at all. If they were hit by any one of them, they would probably be bedridden for half a year. Such a monstrous talent made those geniuses in the divine palace feel inferior. At least, they did not have the ability to trigger a tribulation. Chapter 4:25. On the fiery red roof of the divine palace, colorful energy gathered into balls. Some of the threads that extended from the light cocoon were already brittle and would break into pieces with a light touch. There were layers of powder on the ground. There were also new threads in the surroundings, symbolizing the changes of time. Here it was still the same scene. On the crystal platform, the light cocoon moved unhurriedly according to a certain pattern. The 2 flames intertwined and burned fiercely, giving off an inextinguishable vitality. Beside the crystal platform, Xian changed out of her tattered robe and put on a snow-white dress. She stared blankly at the light cocoon. Mei Mao was a little gloomy. Finally, she sighed faintly. "It's been more than a year. Little star, why haven't you woken up yet?" Xian whispered softly. It had been a year and a half since Yun Nuashing broke out of her cocoon and was moved here. In this year and a half, she and Yuan she had cultivated rapidly. Xian had also passed many tribulations. However, Yun Nuashing, who everyone was worried about, still hadn't broken out of her cocoon. At first, everyone thought that it was because her injuries were too serious. The vitality that she had consumed couldn't be replenished so easily. However, this thought was dispelled after Yun Nuashing fell into a coma for a year. This was because the beautiful woman could feel that the light cocoon was now filled with boundless vitality. Yun Nuashing should have completely recovered. Her spiritual strength was also spreading out like a vast ocean. However, why couldn't she wake up? Even Hall Master Hua and the others didn't know. Although everyone was anxious about this situation, they couldn't do anything about it. The light cocoon couldn't be torn apart. They could only wait quietly for Yun Nuashing to wake up on her own. Half a year's time quietly flew by like sand between one's fingers amidst this helpless and anxious wait. On the roof of the palace, Ziyin looked at the huge light cocoon. She stretched out her hand and gently caressed the light cocoon. The two flames that rose brightly lit up her slender hand. There was only warmth, and there wasn't the burning sensation of a divine flame. Little star! Mei Mao leaned her delicate body against the cocoon of light and pressed her delicate ears against it. She could hear the rhythmic beating coming from inside the cocoon, and a trace of sadness flashed across her eyes. She couldn't help but murmur, "You proud star, you always say that you're going to travel the entire God realm. How can you stop here?" These words did not have an immediate effect. The sound of the light cocoon's movement was still neither fast nor slow, and it lingered in this place without dispersing. Yen sighed in disappointment. She raised her head and looked at the sky outside. Just as she was about to sit down, a soft laugh caused her delicate body to suddenly freeze. People need to rest, don't they? I've been running around all these years. It's time for me to take a nap once in a while, little girl. Fire Divine Palace in a training field near the Central Divine Palace. Many disciples of the Fire Divine Palace were gathered here, and with the convergence of the 9 divine palaces, there were also many disciples of the other divine palaces. In the building at the side, from time to time, there would be strong flashes of light, and the sound of violent energy explosions would be covered up when they came out of the building, so they did not disturb the cultivation of others. After a long time, the door of the building slowly opened. A few figures dragged their tired bodies out from inside. Their robes were torn, and one of them walked out with a naked upper body. What kind of training is this? It's torture, torture. A white figure was massaging his shoulders. The wounds all over his body caused him to grimace in pain. His slightly pale face had a steadier look to it, making the current Yuan she more solemn than before. "Ah, I told you from the beginning. This is the training system that the Divine King and the others personally set up. This is only the 7th stage, and we're not even halfway through." Walking at the front, the naked Yao Hua couldn't help but smile bitterly. "Your family's divine sons and divine daughters don't have the fortune to enjoy it. Why do you have to be thrown in here to receive this inhumane training?" "Yuan," she asked doubtfully. "This." Lei Ming coughed dryly, pinched his throat, and imitated Jin Jinwang's voice. "You are the future 9 kings, and will inherit the title of Divine King. The others should do what they should do. If you don't cultivate well, then fight until you're good." After saying that, the 9 of them smiled bitterly together. Yuan, she rolled his eyes. How could they fight until they were good? Looking around, Yuan, she felt the warmth of the sun on his body. He slowly took a deep breath, and his gaze involuntarily stopped at the center of the divine palace. For a year and a half, the storm in the ghost forest had subsided. The news of Yun Nuashing breaking 3 eternal divine weapons was known all over the world. Just thinking about it was shocking. However, such an earth-shattering achievement was exchanged for more than a year of deep sleep. It was hard to accept. Seeing that Yuan, she was standing still, everyone stopped and turned their gazes to the top of the Fire Divine Palace. Yao Hua couldn't help but sigh and say, "It's been another half a year. Nuo Xing has been sleeping for so long. Nothing will happen to him, right? Shut your crow's beak. Little Star is lucky. Nothing will happen to him." Hearing this, Mu Ling raised her eyebrows and slapped him on the head. "Then tell me, when will he wake up?" It's been a year and a half. Yao Hua muttered and touched his head. Lei Ming shook his head and looked at the sky in a daze. I'm afraid the Divine King and the Palace Master don't know about this. Senior brother, the Divine King and the others want you to go to the Divine Palace. Hearing the soft voice behind them, Yao Hua and the others came back to their senses and turned their heads to look. It turned out that it was a few disciples who were quite famous in the Fire God Shrine. The former was stunned and said, "Did the Divine King say what it was about?" "No, we just came out of the Divine Palace. He just asked us to pass on a message. He said, if you see those 10 guys, tell them to come." A disciple repeated, "I'll go too?" Yuan, she pointed at himself in astonishment. Logically speaking, this was an internal matter of the Divine Palace. Why would they ask him? "Yes, I have a bad premonition." Yao Hua laughed hollowly. "I told you not to jinx it." With spirit, gritted her teeth and kicked Yao Hua with her long and slender leg. "Boss, half of what you say usually comes true." At this time, Huiji, who didn't talk much, couldn't help but say, "Then let's go there first. But we have to change our clothes first. If we go there like this, the Divine King and the others will carve us as a souvenir." Lei Ming nodded and pointed at his body. Then he pointed at Yao Hua and the others and smiled. Sigh. The 9 people couldn't help but sigh at the same time, seeing their senior brothers and sisters walking towards the Divine Palace with a wry smile. The young disciples looked at each other. Why did it seem like they were going to the battlefield? Could it be that the Eternal Night Forest in the north of the Taiyuan region has opened? Senior brother and the others have been summoned there. Is it related to this? A young man asked curiously. "Hiss, the Eternal Night Forest that is said to open once in 1,000 years? It is said that it is always night there. There is no light. It is a strange place. It is the complete opposite of the Heavenly Sun Forest in the Ganyuan region. It is said that there are many secrets buried in the Eternal Night Forest. It is not man-made. It is a strange place formed naturally. There are even some places that can speed up cultivation and change one's foundation. Later on, many experts were buried in the Eternal Night Forest. There are many more things inside. But that place isn't a ruin, so not many people swarmed in. But I once heard that some people found high-grade cultivation techniques and mental cultivation techniques left behind by their predecessors in the caves of the Forest of Eternal Night, and there were even divine-grade, profound skills and secret techniques. Divine-grade? Tiske, I have never seen such a level of secret technique in my life. If I can get one, what are you talking about? Those things are not things that people of our level can touch. Did you forget that the Son of God of our 9 gods temple attracted the attention of many people because of a divine weapon? A female disciple said in a low voice, "I know that. The second divine sword of the divine sword record, Ling Hong. I really want to see with my own eyes how beautiful that level of weapon is." Cough. All right, let's not talk about this kind of thing. Suddenly, a heavy voice came from behind, causing the few of them to shrink their heads. Hearing Hua Sheng's slightly serious voice, everyone immediately stopped talking. It seemed that the former was still quite dignified in the Fire God Temple. Although Jin Jinwang said that he was a good person, it is rare for the 9 gods temple to gather together. Take the opportunity to go to the other temples to cultivate. Spar with the disciples there. Don't always gossip. Hua Sheng frowned and reprimanded. Yes. Everyone was in awe. They nodded and solemnly responded. Then, under Hua Sheng's helpless gaze, they prepared to slip away like a wisp of smoke. However, at this moment, the entire training field suddenly trembled. The few of them staggered. Fortunately, Hua Sheng was at the side and caught them. Otherwise, they would have fallen flat on their faces. What's going on? What's going on? The sudden commotion immediately caused quite a commotion. All the disciples of the Fire Divine Hall who were training hurriedly stood up. In an instant, Chaotic whispers continued to spread. Hua Sheng's eyes turned and discovered that the Fire Divine Hall was not the only one who had a commotion. Panicked voices also sounded from the other divine halls. Hua Sheng was also shocked. Then he shouted in a deep voice, "Calm down. With the Divine King and the Hall Master here, what can happen?" Hearing Hua Sheng shout, the commotion subsided a lot. Everyone looked at each other for a while and nodded. This space was created by the ancestor and was personally maintained by the Hall Masters. It was very stable. Moreover, now that the 9 gods' temple had gathered, even if the time barrier collapsed, it could be blocked. Boom! Just as everyone gradually calmed down, the entire floating island suddenly shook again. This time, everyone who had calmed down discovered that it was not the floating island that was shaking, but the entire space. The atmosphere. The space is shaking. Feeling the vibration from the space, Hua Sheng's heart could not help but jump. Why would this unusually stable space shake violently today and be on the verge of collapse? Swoosh, swoosh. The sound of the space shaking also attracted the attention of many experts from the 9 gods' temple. Immediately, many figures rushed out from various places. In the end, they were suspended in the air. Their eyes were filled with shock as they looked at the space that was constantly distorting into a whirlpool. Vaguely, they seemed to feel an extremely terrifying aura that was slowly awakening like a slumbering demon. Boom! The clear and boundless sky seemed to darken the moment the space vibrated. Black clouds appeared out of nowhere, and energy flashed within the clouds. The majestic might of thunder caused the disciples below to tremble uncontrollably. Buzz! A couple of figures also swiftly appeared in the air. Their eyes swiftly swept over their surroundings. Finally, they paused on the Fire Divine Hall in the middle. Shock immediately flashed across their eyes after they sensed the extremely wild, violent, and chaotic aura. This is Little Star, but this energy. While the 9 floating islands were in an uproar because of this sudden commotion, a strange change also occurred in the top floor of the Fire God Temple. Little Star, you've finally woken up. At the top of the temple, Xian looked at the huge light cocoon in front of her in surprise. At this moment, the surrounding energy had become solid. A vast amount of elemental energy was surging in from the outside world and pouring into the light cocoon like a surging tide. Among this energy, she could feel a familiar aura quietly being emitted. Boom! While Ziyan was pleasantly surprised, 9 abnormally dense energy light pillars suddenly shot up from the 9 divine palaces, pointing towards the sky. Then they suddenly turned in midair and shot towards the light cocoon in the Fire God Palace. The unceasing flow of energy caused the space to be unable to bear the burden and collapse. This is the purest elemental energy left in each temple. Seeing this scene, Jin Jinwang couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Such a huge amount of energy. Even if they advanced, they wouldn't be able to use so much. The energy that permeated the air was filled with an unusually wild energy factor. The energy that swept past her made Xian feel a sense of oppression. After hesitating for a moment, she hurriedly picked up the 2 girls, tapped her feet on the ground, and rushed out of the temple. Even the Divine King and the others couldn't resist the energy pressure for a long time. Just as Xian retreated from the top of the temple, the energy that permeated the air burst out from the top of the temple like a volcanic eruption. The blazing energy that blotted out the sky rapidly condensed. In the end, under the shocked gazes of everyone, it condensed into a huge pillar of light that shot straight to the sky, shattering the dark clouds. Faintly, everyone seemed to see a phoenix surrounded by black flames, spreading its wings and rushing into the sky. Boom! The space in the sky distorted. The energy pillar of light that was almost 10,000 feet tall suddenly turned into an energy storm. The power of the stars and elemental energy that came from beyond the heavens were all sucked in at this moment, gathering at the pole of the light pillar. This vast amount of energy gathered in the storm, causing the storm to explode with a dazzling light. Then a powerful aura spread out like a tide at this moment. The dazzling light was like the divine light of creation, causing many people to shut their eyes tightly. It was a long while later before they opened their eyes, after which they saw that after the storm had dissipated, a gentle golden light sprinkled down from the sky. A slender figure was slowly spreading his 6 wings. The powerful and unusual aura was being emitted from this person's body. It was as if a god had descended to the world. This scene was gorgeous and beautiful. Xianlu? No, this is the emperor of the underworld. Sensing the strength of this strange aura, the faces of Jin Jinwang and the others instantly became sluggish. After a moment, they took a deep breath and muttered in disbelief. Chapter 4:26. The light pillars that pierced through the sky slowly disappeared. Golden light poured down from the sky and gathered on the figure. The mighty aura of the phoenix filled the space. Under such strong pressure, Jin Jinwang and the others' faces changed slightly, and they couldn't help but lower their bodies. Is this the child of God's destiny? Oh my God, this aura is something that even the Deity King and the others can't match. This aura has surpassed the Deity King and the others. This is the Emperor of the Underworld. Really, damn, tell me I'm dreaming. This child of God's destiny is obviously younger than me. Feeling the vast aura that permeated the sky, the 9 floating islands immediately burst into whispers. Among these voices, there was a hint of horror. Obviously, it was the first time they had seen such a young emperor of the underworld. It could be said that he was unprecedented and unparalleled. This guy forcefully dispelled the heavenly tribulation. No, assimilated it. And this aura, it should be the Netherworld Ruins sword. Its original body is at the top of the Immortal 5, around the 11th revolution. After the shock on his face lasted for a while, he gradually calmed down. After Jin Jinwang sensed it, he heaved a sigh of relief. He really thought that this was the aura of Yun Nuashing, jumping 3 levels in one go to the level of the Emperor of the Underworld. No matter how he looked at it, it felt like a dream. Even a genius with exceptional talent couldn't reach this level without millions of years. This little guy is interesting. In the sky, Hall Master Hua and the others stood in the air and looked at the figure under the light with interest. They couldn't help but laugh. Interesting. A phoenix, still in its infancy, has already made a soul contract with him. A divine beast? Haha! I heard that the Grand Hall Master also had a few divine beasts back then. In the end, he didn't leave any for his descendants. The Netherworld Ruins sword, the Ling Hong sword, the Sun Cross, the lunar platform, and many other divine weapons. If I'm not wrong, he should have been repairing and strengthening the divine weapons in the past year. Many of them seem to have been broken. Repairing a divine artifact requires a lot of energy. The key is that he also forcibly extracted the origin elemental energy from the bottom of the temple to repair and strengthen it. After all, the cultivation of a spiritual godly body requires the assistance of a divine artifact. Well, if it weren't for the fact that the energy in this world is too dense, I'm afraid that the little guy would have to delay his breakthrough by 10 years. The few palace lords said one by one. Their words were filled with admiration. If others were to hear it, they would blush with shame. It was extremely difficult to obtain the praise of experts of this level. While everyone was exclaiming in their hearts, the golden light in the sky gradually disappeared after 10 minutes. Following the disappearance of the golden light, the human figure in the sky also became clear. In the end, everyone could see it clearly. In the sky, the young man lazily stretched his back. His entire body emitted a crackling sound as if a switch was being connected. This power, feeling the smoothness that spread throughout his body, Yun Nuashing clenched his fist. The Netherworld Ruins sword and the Ling Hong sword appeared in his hand and quickly merged together. The energy of the same origin that connected the heart fascinated him. Holding the Netherworld Ruins sword, His arm suddenly swept horizontally in front of him. A dazzling sword light flew out from the tip of the sword. The space in front of him was cut open, and even the surrounding space exploded inch by inch. If it hit a god of the underworld emperor directly, he would probably be severely injured. Too powerful. Feeling this unusually vast power, Yun Nuashing could not help but smile. This time, after recovering from his serious injuries, he was able to better control the various divine weapons and divine weapons. He did not know how much stronger they had become. I forgot that this kid is a destructive maniac. The faces of the palace lords twitched as they looked at the huge hole. They couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Chi Wei! Oh, Chi Wei! I'm going to pay you back for the 2 times you tricked me. Yun Nuashing's light purple eyes that were dyed with a bit of fiery red suddenly surged with a bit of coldness. Although he had forcefully blocked the Dark Abyss sword and should have fainted long ago, he still vaguely knew what Chi Wei had done. Twice, he had stopped him from leaving, causing his body to be possessed and almost losing his soul. Whoosh! Just as Yun Nuashing's killing intent was boiling, the sound of rushing wind could be heard. Then a dozen figures flashed and appeared beside Yun Nuashing. You're finally willing to wake up. Jin Jinwang patted Yun Nuashing's shoulder hard. For more than a year, they had been tormented miserably for Yun Nuashing. Their hearts were still in their throats. Ah, thank you, Divine King. Yun Nuashing smiled awkwardly, spread his hands, and said respectfully, There's no use thanking us. If you want to say something, you should thank a certain silly girl. For more than a year, she almost never left our side. She probably hasn't had a good rest. Jin Jinwang waved his hand and then said with a strange smile. Hearing this, Yun Nuashing's gaze turned toward Ziyan, who had a moving smile on her face, and his heart couldn't help but skip a beat. During this past year, Ziyan had always been by his side, and he'd always known that. Now, as he looked at this extremely beautiful and familiar smile, for a moment he actually didn't know what to say, and he opened his mouth but was unable to speak. Jin Jinwang looked at him, standing there like a piece of wood. He raised his eyebrows, then grinned and pushed Yun Nuashing hard, causing him to stagger and almost fall into Ziyan's arms. Ziyan. He tilted his head and looked at Jin Jinwang in astonishment. Then he braced himself and turned his head. Looking at the person who was only a few inches away from him, he scratched his head and laughed dryly. Unknowingly, there was another beautiful figure in his life that he would remember. That day in Xingyu City, it was Ziyan who lit up the fire of his life that was about to fade away. It was also after that there was one more person by his side who gradually became close to him. She added a touch of fresh blood to his boring and confusing journey, and also pointed him in the right direction. Ziyan always said that he was the most dazzling star in her life, the beacon of her life. But she didn't know that, compared to Yun Nuashing, it was also because of her that he had a goal and something he wanted to do. In his heart, he had always wanted to help Ziyan restore her constitution. In the past, perhaps it was out of gratitude, or perhaps it was because of other thoughts. But now, after spending such a long time with her, his state of mind quietly changed. He wanted her to be well. Looking at the face that was slightly red because of embarrassment, Ziyan couldn't help but laugh. The smile on her cheeks could turn all living things upside down. She opened her arms slightly and threw herself into the warm embrace that she hadn't seen for more than a year. Looking at the young girl who threw herself into Yun Nuashing's arms, the entire Nine Deities hall suddenly fell into a strange silence. Faintly, there seemed to be the sound of countless hearts breaking. On the other hand, Hall Master Hua and the others were stunned. They looked at each other for a while, then let out a dry cough and sighed. How young! Then they quickly disappeared. Jin Xinwang and the others looked away calmly. They were already used to it. The two of them had shown their affection for each other many times in public. Yun Nuashing's handsome face turned even redder when the fragrance wafted to his nose. Two soft arms appeared on his back. He couldn't help but sigh softly in his heart. He stretched out his arms stiffly and slowly wrapped them around the slender waist. The 6 wings in front of him folded and covered Zian. Yun Nuashing took a light sniff of the young girl's fragrant hair. His heart was incomparably calm. Cough! After the 2 of them kissed for nearly a minute, Jin Jinwang finally couldn't stand the increasingly hot temperature. He immediately coughed violently. Hearing the cough, Zian, who was curled up in Yun Nuashing's arms like a little bird, finally woke up from the happiness and excitement of seeing the person she missed. Immediately, an intoxicating blush appeared on her beautiful face. She gently extricated herself from Yun Nuashing's arms. Seeing his stunned look, she couldn't help but laugh. Ah! A soft sound of surprise came from his throat. Yun Nuashing's mouth was wide open. His handsome face was as red as a tomato, and his vision was a little blurry. Seeing the deep affection between the 2, Jin Jinwang couldn't help but laugh bitterly. He said, "Young people, it's easy to show off. This is a public place. Go back and be intimate. No one will blame you, even if the house collapses." As soon as these words came out, the usually calm Huaji, Shueixia, and Jin Ying's faces turned red. The beautiful woman couldn't help but roll her eyes and give Jin Jinwang a hard slap. "All right, I just told Yaohua and the others. I'll tell you as well." Jin Jinwang shook his head and smiled. "What happened?" Yun Nuashing was startled. The trip to the Goski forest in the Source Peak domain came to a successful conclusion when you woke up. The radiant sacred lake and the abyss dark sword were both hidden in the mist. Over the past year, many experts have come again. The abyss you blasted open is still there, but the sacred lake is nowhere to be seen. Abyss? I blasted it out? Yun Nuashing blinked, tilted his head, and asked doubtfully. He didn't remember what he blasted out. You don't remember? Hearing this, everyone present was stunned and couldn't help but widen their eyes. That day, he used the falling stars to turn the entire Ghost Chi forest into an abyss and shattered 3 eternal divine weapons. How could he forget such a glorious battle record? Yun Nuashing scratched his head, not knowing why they were staring at him. After a while, he was stunned. Could it be the chaos? As this thought appeared in his mind, the smile on Yun Nuashing's handsome face slowly faded. When his consciousness was about to disappear, he did know that the darkness had invaded his body. Could it be that the abyss that Jin Jinwang mentioned was caused by it? I remember. Yun Nuashing touched his face and laughed unnaturally. Everyone looked at each other for a while. Ahaha, let's not talk about this first. What was the matter we were talking about? Yun Nuashing was sweating profusely and quickly changed the topic. Oh, it's like this. You know the Eternal Night Forest in the north of the Source Peak region, right? After being sealed for 1,000 years, it opened again. Jin Jinwang came back to his senses and nodded. It's one of the strange places where heaven and earth were born. It's a forest that's always shrouded in darkness. It's said that there are many miraculous places in the forest that can rapidly increase one's strength and build one's foundation. However, there's a natural energy seal that only opens once every 1,000 years. At this time, Ziyi whispered in his heart, if there's a chance, go there. If there's no change, the fire spark should still be there. Fire spark? Yun Nuashing was stunned. Ranked 72nd on the Divine Flames list. Eternal Night Flame. Chapter 4:27. The Flame of Eternal Night. Yun Nuashing was stunned when she heard this. She hurriedly sent her consciousness into her soul and looked at Ziyi, who was sitting in front of a table made of flames and quietly drinking tea. She hurriedly asked, In the forest of eternal night? How do you know? Ziyi gently put down the teacup and smiled. Back then, I went to the forest of eternal night with that bastard, and I saw that flame that was still in its infancy. However, dozens of epochs have already passed, so I don't know if it's still there. If it's still there, it should have matured and can be subdued. However, It's most likely already been subdued by someone. You'll know if you use that treasure map to take a look. Even if it's a divine flame, it would only have matured for tens of thousands or millions of years. It's already been dozens of epochs, so how could it still be there? Yun Nuashing muttered. However, she still took out the treasure map and looked at the upper left corner. She was stunned and said in astonishment, "Ah, it's still there!" The divine flame coexists with the world. Even the gods cannot completely destroy it. They can only scatter it or seal it. As long as no one subdues it, it will continue to grow in that place. However, because the divine flame is too powerful without certain methods, it can't gain consciousness. Ziyi smiled and pointed at herself. Her meaning was self-evident. She had been strengthened by her previous owner with a godhead. On that day dozens of epochs ago, it was that person who bestowed her with a unique consciousness, allowing her to become a unique life form. In that case, Z, you've existed since the ancient era. You've existed for 50 or 60 epochs. PFFF. Yun Nuashing had just finished speaking in astonishment when a soft, jade-like arm wrapped around her neck. A huge force hit her neck, causing her to spit out a mouthful of water in pain. Her face gradually turned red. "Big sister, I'm still very young," Z revealed a beautiful smile that made anyone who saw it feel like a spring breeze. However, in Yun Nuashing's eyes, that smile was abnormally dangerous. "There's killing intent." Yun Nuashing trembled as she muttered, "So what if I've lived for a long time? A long time, an endless wait. More than 60 epochs passed in the blink of an eye. It's so fast that I can't even feel it's real. In reality, I've only been awake for 1,000,000 years. I've always accompanied him on his expeditions. I've walked countless paths and fought countless experts. In the end, I could only watch as he sealed me away in silence so that I could face a fate that I had no choice but to face." Zai, Mei Mao, was gloomy as she muttered to herself. She seemed to be talking to Yun Nuashing, but also seemed to be talking to herself. When Yun Nuashing sensed that the arm around his neck had loosened its grip, he wasn't in a hurry to break free. Instead, he leaned on Ziye's shoulder and replied softly, after waiting for several dozen eras, "What exactly was it for?" "Aya, how would I know such a complicated and nonsensical thing?" Ziyi rolled her eyes when she heard that. She gently wrapped her arms around Yun Nuashing's neck and rested her chin on his head. She said, "In short, that heaven-defying ultimate god guy asked you to collect the things on the list. You have to do your best to collect them. The divine weapon list, the divine flame list, the devil thunder list, the heavenly treasure list, and all kinds of strange things. You have to dabble in all of them. Moreover, the divine flame list and the devil thunder list are not finished yet." "Are you kidding me?" Yun Nuashing's handsome face twisted in fear when he heard that. He would be exhausted to death. Yun Nuashing suddenly thought of something else and was stunned for a moment. He said, "Hey, didn't you object to me collecting other divine flames?" "Why, Ziyi turned her beautiful face away and didn't say anything for a long time. She rubbed her head and said, "Let's talk about it after we collect it. Besides, I don't think you can take the eternal night flame." "Why?" "Think about it. The divine flame has existed for dozens of eras. It only takes 1,000,000 years for it to mature from its initial stage. It might take 1,000,000 years, or even 100,000,000 years for it to mature. Don't you think it's strange that it hasn't been taken away after such a long time?" "You mean, could it be that this divine flame has developed intelligence and is difficult for others to subdue?" Yun Nuashing asked doubtfully. "No, I just think that no one can find it." Ziyi rested her chin on Yun Nuashing's head and shook her head. She said faintly, "Moreover, the eternal night flame and the eternal night forest have a special relationship. As for how they are related, he told me so many years ago. I've long forgotten." She stuck out her tongue after she finished speaking. Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes in response. Yun Nuashing nodded and said to Jin Jinwang and the others, Okay, let's go. I've lived in Taiyuan territory for a few years and wanted to take a look for a long time. However, I couldn't quite catch up with the journey, so I didn't go. I knew you would go. Upon hearing this, Jin Jinwang grinned and patted Yun Nuoxing's shoulder. He was a little startled. Why did this meaningful look seem a little strange? It is said that there are great opportunities waiting for people to discover in the eternal night forest. However, those so-called opportunities aren't very attractive to old people like us. This time, the eternal night forest will be the same as usual. Only some young people will go there. Of course, our 9 deities temple won't just sit and watch. Moreover, we have other things to do, so... Jin Jinwang smiled mischievously. So, Yun Nuoxing swallowed his saliva and laughed dryly. He had already guessed what Jin Jinwang's next sentence would be. Jin Jinwang reached out and dragged Jining over. He pressed his hands on her shoulders and pushed her forward. He smiled slyly and said, I'll leave this girl and those 8 guys to you. Huh. 9 shocked voices suddenly exploded. Jin Ing stared at Mei Mao in astonishment. She quickly turned her head and saw Jin Jinwang smiling like a fox. She suddenly forgot what she wanted to say. Yao Hua stood up, stunned. He pointed at himself, then looked at Yun Nuoxing and asked, Deity King, you said that we should let Nuoxing lead the team and go alone. Yes, why? You don't dare? Jin Jinwang nodded calmly. Isn't that obvious? Yao Hua smiled bitterly. Those people that Yun Nuoxing provoked were not ordinary people. Although only the younger generation would go, who knew if there would be old monsters at the deity realm following them. Yun Nuoxing was fine by himself. But what if he didn't like them? It was quite scary just thinking about it. Yun Nuoxing only sighed softly at this result, then nodded. This was pretty much what he had guessed. Jin Jinwang and the others seemed to have wanted to be hands-off managers for a long time. They just happened to meet a freak like Yun Nuoxing, who happened to be one of them. If they didn't do it now, when would they? The 10 of them sighed together, then looked at each other for a while. They all smiled bitterly and shook their heads. After confirming the following itinerary, Yun Nuoxing also made some preparations. He had just come out of the state of ascension, so his body was not used to it. Moreover, his strength had increased by a lot. He also needed some time to get used to it. This trip was led by Yun Nuoxing, who was handpicked by Jin Jinwang, together with the 9 future divine kings of the 9 deity temples. There were a total of 12 people in the group. This gave Yun Nuoxing a headache. He was really not used to giving orders. He said that he would lead the team. How was he supposed to lead the team? As if he knew Yun Nuoxing's temperament. Jin Jinwang also said that Jin Ing would be the team leader of the team. This stunned both of them. The former did not think much of it, but the latter panicked. In the past, it was always Yao Hua who led the team. Why did she suddenly have to take the lead? The Golden Temple has always been the leader of the team. This generation can't fall behind. Yes, yes. Jin Jinwang smiled slyly, making the 10 of them give him the middle finger in unison. After resting for a day, Yun Nuoxing was brought to the loft by the divine kings and the 9 temple masters. They told him everything that the 9 deity temples knew about him. This is my ancestor. Looking at the middle of the 10 photos hanging on the loft, Yun Nuoxing touched his face in a daze. Why did he feel like he was looking into a mirror? Even if he was his ancestor, he looked too similar. While Yun Nuoxing was in a daze, the beautiful woman walked forward and put a golden ring on his finger. She stroked his head with her delicate hand and thought for a moment. Then she smiled and said, You are our hope and the long-cherished wish of the 9 deity temples. Whether it is now or in the future, the 9 deity temples will be your home. If you are tired, come back and rest. Long-cherished wish? Yun Nuoxing asked curiously. I don't know. This sentence was left behind by the ancestors. It seems like they said it for you. Jin Jinwang scratched his head. Hearing this, Yun Nuoxing nodded gently. The divine kings and the others had always treated him as one of their own. The beautiful woman even treated him as her junior. No matter what had happened in the past or what would happen in the future, at least for now, Yun Nuashing wanted to reciprocate their feelings. Okay, when I have time, I will come back. Yun Nuashing grinned. He quickly changed his words halfway through his sentence, causing the beautiful woman's gaze to soften. The temple masters stood to the side without saying anything. It was only when the divine kings and the others finished talking to Yun Nuashing that the light god king walked forward. His entire body was glowing with a dazzling light. When Yun Nuashing saw this, he couldn't help but exclaim that he was blind. This made the light god king very embarrassed. The other temple masters covered their mouths and snickered. The light god king's golden eyes seemed to have the power to see through everything. He looked straight at Yun Nuashing as if he wanted to see through his soul. After a long while, he nodded and patted Yun Nuashing's shoulder with his palm. Then he stretched out a finger and gently tapped Yun Nuashing's forehead. Ow! The gentle tap didn't have much power, but it made Yun Nuashing cry out in pain. The light god king had injected a huge amount of information into his mind. The excessive amount of information made him dizzy, and he felt as if his soul was about to explode. Why are you poking him? When they heard Yun Nuashing cry out in pain, the other temple masters who didn't understand the situation were stunned. The temple master of the divine Wood Palace quickly went forward to support him. Then he looked at the light god king reproachfully and said, Hearing this, the light god king's face twitched. However, when he saw Yun Nuashing rolling his eyes, he was stunned again. The thing that he wanted to pass on to him wasn't simple, so much so that he had forgotten to consider whether Yun Nuashing could take it or not. After a long while, Yun Nuashing finally came back to his senses. He focused his gaze and was immediately overjoyed. He quickly cupped his fists towards the light god king and said respectfully, Thank you, senior, for passing on the technique. The light god king nodded and didn't say a word. It was unknown whether it was his nature or something else, but the way he looked at Yun Nuashing was filled with gentleness. There was no sternness in his eyes. There are some things left behind by the primogenitor and your ancestor in the ring. It's been a long time, so we can't tell which belongs to the 9 primogenitors and which belongs to your ancestor. The 9 divine halls no longer need these things. You need them more than us. Temple Master Mu stretched out a slender finger and tapped Yun Nuashing's head. A vast amount of life force was injected into his soul, causing the dizziness in his head to subside immediately. We will take care of the 2 girls for you. Perhaps there will be a solution. The next time you come back, they should be fine, Temple Master Mu said with a smile. Yun Nuashing nodded. He was worried that Ming and the others were in a deep sleep, but there was nothing he could do. It was also good for them to stay in the sacred halls. The 9 temple masters were all people with profound achievements. It shouldn't be difficult for them to solve this problem. After resting for 3 days, all the information about the everlasting night forest had been poured into Yun Nuashing's mind. He knew that it was time to move. When the dawn of the 4th day appeared in the sky, the disciples of the 9 sacred halls who came out for their morning training looked towards the sky. There, more than a dozen figures were standing in the wind. Their clothes were swaying in the breeze, and they looked otherworldly. The leader slowly opened his 6 wings. A ray of light shone on him, sacred and beautiful. Little star, remember to be careful on this trip. Training is secondary. If there is any trouble, quickly retreat. The beautiful woman looked at the group of people who were ready to set off and said sternly. Yun Nuashing smiled. He glanced past the god kings one by one and took a deep breath. After that, he clasped 2 fingers together and waved them in front of his forehead. He smiled at everyone and said, Don't worry, I will. We will return safely. With that, he did not waste any more time. He turned around in a free manner and shot towards the space gate that he had opened long ago. In the blink of an eye, the group of people vanished from everyone's gazes. That little guy, Jin Wang could not help but smile as he watched the space gate slowly vanish. Yun Nuoxing originally wanted to say that he would bring them safely back, but he changed his mind in the end. The beautiful woman nodded gently and smiled. He's probably finally treating himself as a member of the 9 sacred halls now, Jianqin smiled. Chapter 428. In the azure blue sky, there were no clouds for thousands of miles. There were no impurities at all. It was incomparably clear. 2 stars hung high in the sky, sprinkling down strands of blazing aura. Hum! Suddenly, a slight buzzing sound came from the silent sky. Then a silver blue crack opened in the sky without any warning, bringing with it a wave of chaotic spatial fluctuations. In just a few seconds, it expanded into a door that was about 10 feet tall. A moment later, a few figures slowly walked out of the spatial door. After they came out, they stood quietly beside the door and did not immediately move. A moment later, the spatial door rippled again. Then a young man with 6 wings on his back slowly appeared. A majestic wind element was immediately drawn to him. After Yin Nuoxing appeared, the spatial door squirmed and slowly shrank. A few seconds later, it completely disappeared. In the clear sky, there were only a dozen or so figures standing there. Let's go! Watching the spatial door close, Yun Nuoxing stretched his back and clenched his fists so tightly that they made cracking sounds. After stretching for a while, he turned around and smiled at everyone. Everyone smiled and nodded. After Yun Nuoxing identified the direction, they all flew toward the forest of eternal night in the north. It was said that only some of the younger generation would go to the forest of eternal night. That strange place was not attractive to those who had reached a certain level of strength. As for Yun Nuoxing, he was tempted by Ziyi and reluctantly agreed to go. The people accompanying him were also Ziyan, Yuan Shi, and the future 9 kings of the 9 shrines. This kind of lineup, ignoring Yun Nuoxing, was already considered quite strong among those of the same generation. However, in the end, they had only seen people who were about the same age as them. Among those of the same generation, Yun Nuoxing knew that the strongest was Yuan Qian. Although he had never seen her fight, the strength of the 3 seals of the demon realm was still there. Yao Hua and the others felt somewhat unnatural about the purpose of this trip. When they thought about what their God King had said to them before they left, their hearts turned cold. If you can't break through 2 small levels, don't come back. At the thought of this, the 9 of them could not help but sigh. As expected, only their own people could say such words. Although the terrain there was strange, and there were all kinds of strange things that could help one's cultivation reach a higher level. That was not their backyard. They had received news that the people from the other origin regions would be there. When the time came, there would be a fierce battle. When they thought of this, they saw that a few meters ahead of them, 3 people were chatting and laughing. They did not feel the slightest pressure, as if they were just going for an outing. They could not help but sigh again. Hearing the sighs behind her, Yun Nuoxing turned around and stroked her long hair that fluttered in the wind. She looked at the 9 people and said with a smile, "All right, you must be optimistic. You are the future divine kings." Hearing this, Yao Hua and the others cheered up slightly and smiled. Yun Nuoxing was right. Although their cultivation was slightly behind the others at this time, they were born many years later than those people. Among this group, the one with the highest cultivation was Yuan Shi. After a year and a half of hard work, he had reached the 9th level of the immortal realm from the first transition to the 9th level of the immortal realm. The wind element had also reached the purest state through the unique cultivation method of the Fengshen Temple. Once the element was pure enough, the path after the immortal realm would be much easier. This trip to the Eternal Night Forest, if he had a little opportunity, he could try to break through to the half-demon level. Moreover, he had a rare god spirit body. As long as he was given enough time, his future achievements would definitely be amazing. Next were Yao Hua and the others. They were all at the 6th level of the immortal realm. Compared to Nightmare, Chi Haoyu, and the others, they were much lower. However, the 9 people were very talented. Even Jin Jinwang and the temple master thought highly of them. After hearing Yun Nuoxing's words, Zian smiled slightly. Now that Yun Nuoxing had woken up smoothly and there was nothing wrong with her, she was completely relieved. Her usually tense cheeks also relaxed a lot. She also didn't have any thoughts about the eternal night forest. She just followed Yun Nuoxing because she wanted to go there. Among this group, she was the youngest and her cultivation was not as high as the others. After a year and a half of cultivation, she had successfully reached the 3rd level of the immortal realm. This made Yun Nuoxing very surprised. He had used various means to reach the 3rd level of the immortal realm from the immortal realm. He didn't expect this girl to jump from the immortal realm to the 3rd level of the immortal realm in a year and a half. Moreover, it was the result of her own cultivation. He didn't know what to say and was worried that she might have gone mad. Look, I'm only at the 5th level of the immortal realm. You're already at the 6th level of the immortal realm. When we parted in Lihuan City, I told you not to be surpassed by me. Didn't I do it? Yun Nuoxing gently exhaled, spread out her hands, and said with a smile, "Don't compare us with you. You're just a green chicken. We went through such inhumane cultivation from the 3rd level of the immortal realm to the 6th level of the immortal realm. You, on the other hand, woke up at the peak of the 5th level of the immortal realm." Hearing this, Yao Hua rolled his eyes. He couldn't help but tremble all over when he thought of their 18 levels of training. Sigh, you guys don't understand my pain. Every time I advance, I need a large amount of energy. Sigh, why do I have to compress this energy so much? Yun Nuoxing shook his head pitifully as he gripped his lower abdomen and lamented. Get lost. The 9 people were so angry that they waved their hands at the same time, wanting to slap her. Now, the energy of Yao Hua and the others was only condensed to a solid or semi-solid state. The thing in their lower abdomens was dark and swarthy without any luster. The difficulty of transforming from a solid state to a crystal was as difficult as transforming from a celestial crystal to a saint crystal. Without enough luck, even a god might not be able to transform it into a crystal. However, Yun Nuoxing's energy was condensed into a crystal. This was something that everyone knew for a long time. It could be seen from the gorgeous color of the energy surrounding her body. The seal of the eternal night forest will probably be completely lifted in another day. It doesn't seem to be very far from here. We don't need the light element, so we should be able to reach it in half a day. Yun Nuoxing took out the treasure map from her pendant and looked at it carefully. Then she looked at the northern horizon and said softly, "Let's speed up a bit. We should reach the stamping ground earlier." "Let me." "Absolutely not." Faintly guessing what Yun Nuoxing was going to say next, Yao Hua and the others turned pale with fright. They hurriedly mobilized the wind element around them. With a whoosh, they turned into 9 rays of light and rushed towards the northern horizon. "I haven't finished speaking yet." Yun Nuoxing, who was left behind by the 9 people, couldn't help but smile bitterly. Ziyin and Yuan, she couldn't help but cover their mouths and laugh. They all understood why the 9 people were so nervous. The latter laughed and said, "Brother, I won't help you clarify anything this time." Yun Nuoxing rolled her eyes. "Isn't it just a ship crash? Is there a need to be like this? My control over the light element is definitely a lot better now." The Eternal Night Forest was extremely famous even in the Source Peak region. It wasn't inferior to the Ghost Forest in the slightest. The most important factor was the spring water in it, the Night God Spring. The Moon God Spring was the opposite of the Night God Spring. The former was born in a place without light and condensed a lot of energy. As for the latter, it was the opposite. Yun Nuoxing had already seen it in the Eastern Sea. Even the remnant energy of the Moon God Spring was enough to frighten people. The 2 holy springs had unique divine effects, which were extremely attractive to most people. Most of them were from the younger generation, because the holy springs had the miraculous effect of transforming one's body, condensing one's energy, and strengthening one's soul. It was even more effective for the younger generation. Among the young people who went, most of them were at the immortal rank. The proportion of demonic rank experts among the younger generation was relatively small. Some large forces would pay great attention to the eternal night forest and send them there to nurture their outstanding disciples. The immortal rank and the demonic rank were the first dividing line. In the realm of the gods, immortal rank experts didn't have much value. Only by advancing to the demonic rank could one truly experience their true strength. As for the god rank, it was needless to say. Elementary god rank, in the entire realm of the gods, was a top-notch expert. As long as a sect had a high-level god, that was a god of the underworld king level or above, it could be considered a first-rate force. As for the rebirth realm, currently there was no news of any force having such a legendary expert. However, no matter if it was the 9 shrines or the 8 ancient families, their ancestors were all rebirth realm experts. This kind of legendary expert had already transcended the category of humans and had become a unique existence. Their influence could be seen from the force they created. It was enough to move unhindered for several eras. Of course, people of that level were still very far away from Yun Nuashing and the others. Now, their only thought was to break through the mortal rank and advance to the demonic rank. Only by advancing to the demonic rank or even the demonic rank would they have a place in the future to work hard and create something. Needless to say, since Yao Hua and the others bore the title of future 9 kings, the pressure was also relative. Although Yun Nuashing had a calm temperament, he also knew the importance of strength to him. Looking at the current situation, any force that jumped out could kill him. Only by advancing to the god rank would he be able to settle down. Although Yun Nuashing was now at the 11th transformation stage of the immortal rank 5, there was still one more transformation that stumped him. Whether it was forcibly assimilating the heavenly tribulation when he was breaking through or using some small tricks after coming out of seclusion, he did not see any improvement in his strength. If Zai had not told him that he had encountered a breakthrough barrier, he would have thought that there was some problem with his cultivation that caused him to stop moving forward. This breakthrough barrier was something that everyone would encounter on their cultivation journey. As the energy during a breakthrough was too turbulent, it would cause an overload reaction. Most of the time, the energy in the body would be in a state of fullness. At this time, the capacity of the body to hold energy would be much larger than normal, and the energy that could be held would be a little more than normal. However, this was not a good thing, because the breakthrough barrier would cause the energy required to break through to the next level to be many times more than normal. This was like scaling up the capacity of a fish tank and the amount of water in the tank. The gap between the two would become bigger and bigger. However, this breakthrough barrier usually happened at the divine level, and rarely at the immortal level. This made Yun Nuashing rather depressed. The heavens are against you. Who asked you to be so unlucky? The breakthrough barrier that only exists at the divine level has fallen on a puny immortal level like you? Zai could not help but mock him when he learned about the situation. It was also because of this that Yun Nuashing had no choice but to make a trip to the everlasting night forest. The breakthrough barrier had been established too early, and the impact on him was not small. He had to get rid of it and borrow the night god spring or something else. If it was not for the so-called 1,000-year seal, such a precious place would probably be occupied and divided by many powerful forces. After all, if they occupied this place, they would be able to nurture generations of outstanding disciples. After Yun Nuashing and the others had traveled for nearly half a day without resting, a forest shrouded in darkness finally gradually appeared in their line of sight. There was not a single drop of sunlight in the dusky forest. Although there were 2 suns hanging in the sky, the sunlight could not shine in. The edge of the forest formed a clear, dividing line with the surroundings. It was dusky inside, making it difficult to see what was inside. Barriers, and natural barriers at that, standing high up in the sky and looking down at the forest below, Yun Nuashing's evil spirit eye automatically revolved. Looking at the millions of gigantic arrays that appeared before him, Yun Nuashing could not help but feel his scalp go numb. This was the first time he had seen so many arrays revolving at the same time. The complexity of these arrays was not the least bit inferior to the life array that sealed Zai. Most importantly, these arrays were naturally formed and not man-made. But there are so many people here, looking at the huge sea of people standing at the periphery of the forest. Even with Yao Hua and the others' mental fortitude, they could not help but swallow their saliva. People from other regions had really come, but there were so many people here. Yun Nuashing spread out his hands. He was already used to seeing so many people. Looking around, he kept his six-winged eagle and chose a secluded place with fewer people. He slowly landed on a tree with good cover. Looking around, he found that there were many people on the trees around. Although the eternal night forest was sealed all year round, there were still its original inhabitants, magical beasts and demonic beasts, living in it. To be honest, no one could say for sure where it was safe and where it was unsafe. After thousands of years, no one knew what had changed inside. Just as everyone was sighing over this grand scene, a clear and loud neigh suddenly resounded from the distant horizon. Immediately, it attracted countless gazes from the surroundings. Yun Nuashing and the others also looked over, only to see a huge golden snake twisting its body in the distance, quickly flying towards the eternal night forest. The sunlight shone on the golden snake scales, reflecting a dazzling luster. It was very beautiful. It's actually a golden-striped heavenly snake. This is the Qin family's unique mount, and only people with a relatively high status can have it. Could it be that the Qin family's divine son or divine daughter has come? When the crowd saw the giant golden snake, exclamations of astonishment could be heard. Hearing this, Yun Nuashing and the others were startled, looking at each other for a while. This was because they all felt an aura that they had felt before. It was very likely that the person on the heavenly snake was someone they had seen before. Chapter 429. A gigantic golden snake streaked across the sky. In the blink of an eye, it appeared outside the eternal night forest, bringing with it a gust of wind. For a moment, almost everyone's eyes were focused on the sky. The Qin clan was one of the top clans in the entire divine world. Every single person who walked out of the Qin clan was extraordinary. Yun Nuashing looked through the branches and leaves. She put her palm on her forehead and looked at the giant golden snake in the sky. She could faintly see a slender and beautiful figure standing on the snake's head. She couldn't help but roll her eyes. She really came. Why didn't Qin Huan come? Only one. Yuan Shi and the others were no strangers to the person who came. They had met once in the Tana's water god temple. She was the goddess of the Qin family, Qin Yan. What surprised them was that the god of the Qin family didn't come. It was a miracle that happened once in 1,000 years. Any young person should have come. Qin Huan? Yun Nuashing asked curiously. The god of the Qin family. But except for the Qin family, no one knows if this god really exists. After all, we haven't seen him, and there are no rumors about him. While Yuan, she was murmuring, the giant golden snake in the sky gradually descended. Finally, it stopped 10 feet from the ground, which was only 100 meters away from them. With their eyesight, they could see clearly at this distance. The first thing that came into view was the beautiful figure of the golden-robed woman at the head of the snake. From afar, she exuded an aura of approachability. Her beautiful face was calm and tranquil, and her beautiful eyes were slightly narrowed. The moment Qin Yan appeared, the noisy place seemed to have quieted down. Silence. This was everyone's first impression. It was serene and peaceful. Under the illumination of the sunlight, it appeared beautiful and holy. Compared to this dark and gloomy scene, it was exceptionally prominent. Yun Nuashing's gaze shifted from Qin Yan to the old man behind her, and he nodded slightly. Although this old man was not as strong as the Metal God King, he was still very powerful. According to Yun Nuoshing's estimation, this old man was at least at the divine underworld or heavenly god level. That's the goddess of the Qin clan. She's as tranquil as a fairy. When I saw her, the energy in my body calmed down. It's said that this woman will be the next patriarch of the Qin clan. The Qin clan didn't choose the divine son, but chose her instead. She must have something extraordinary about her. However, I don't see anything special about her. Shu, don't talk nonsense. Be careful that their elders don't blast you away. Hearing the whispers around him, Yun Nuoshing also thought of something. When he was in Tana's water fairy temple, the one who wielded the Qin family's eternal weapon, the royal lotus, was Qin Yen. As for the divine son of the Qin family, he didn't know much about the 8 families, so he had never heard of him. There's still half a day before the seal can be undone. When the time comes, the number of people rushing into the Evernight forest will probably be much greater than what it looks like. Looking at the dark forest, Yun Nuoshing let out a long yawn and shook her head. Elder Xian, thank you for your trouble. Let's go back first. On the giant snake's head, Qin Yan's golden robes fluttered in the wind. She calmly sized up the sea of people below before turning to the elder beside her. Her crisp voice was very calm, and there weren't any fluctuations in it. The old man behind Qin Yan chuckled. There's no need to rush. It won't be too late to leave after young lady enters. However, young lady, you have to be careful. Aside from our Qin clan, other clans will definitely send people here. This is the Sourcepeak region. Those old fogies will definitely send the 8 emperors over. If anyone can use this opportunity to break through to the demigod or demigod tier, they will most likely become the #1 youth in the world. It's not that easy to enter the demigod level. Among the people I know, the person with the highest cultivation level should be Sister Qian. However, if we're talking about the strongest... Qin Yan paused for a moment. After a long while, she said strangely, it should be that Yun Nuoshing. After saying that, Qin Yan's expression became a little strange. Back at the Tana's water god temple, she couldn't help but mutter, she seems like a girl. As a result, Yun Nuoshing's face immediately darkened. If Yuan Qian hadn't told her that Yun Nuoshing wouldn't hold a grudge, she would have chosen to apologize. After all, not everyone was like the Qi family, who had the courage to provoke a hedgehog with golden spikes. Befriending her was the best choice. Furthermore, this was also the intention of the Qin family's higher-ups, especially after seeing that Yun Nuoshing was getting closer to the 9 deities temple. Many powers couldn't sit still. The 9 deities temple was already very powerful. Now that they were welcoming Yun Nuoshing back, the future, are you talking about the divine body? Indeed, that fellow is an existence that transcends the natural order. Furthermore, the family head and the rest seem to want us to greet him. Isn't that a little too exaggerated? The family head originally wanted you to befriend him. But when did the Qin family? The elder frowned and said slowly, Elder Xian knows what the family head means, but I can understand that you might not be willing. Yun Nuoshing's physical strength and other abilities are far superior to ordinary people. I suspect that his energy has already condensed into a crystal. I've seen him once, and his cultivation level isn't as high as mine. However, I can feel that the energy hidden in his body is enormous. At the very least, it's not something that an immortal can compare to. Qin Yin shook her head and said softly, Crystal. Hearing this, the elder repeated seriously. Even though he was a god underworld expert, the energy in his body had only condensed into a solid state. If he didn't have a special opportunity, it wasn't very possible for him to condense his energy into a crystal. That's right. It's better to have one more friend than one more enemy, especially this fellow. Young mistress is right. I've become muddle-headed. The elder nodded. The news of Yun Nuoshing shattering 3 eternal weapons had already spread throughout the god world. He even crippled the Qi family's second elder. Such a battle record was extremely glorious. Other than having the spiritual divine body, He also has the most powerful light element in the world. Furthermore, it's said that he has the innate dual elemental body. Once such a person grows up, he will be able to overlook the entire world. Many people in the world won't be able to sit still. Therefore, even if the Qin family can't befriend him, we can't follow in the Qi family's footsteps. This fellow's potential has reached a terrifying level, the elder said. Qin Yan nodded and looked around as if she was looking for Yun Nuoxing. Why don't we go and greet him? Yun Nuoxing retracted his gaze from Qin Yan and looked at Yao Hua and the others. Hearing this, Yao Hua was stunned. Just as he was about to say something, he looked at Jining. The latter was also stunned when she met his gaze. Then, she involuntarily looked at Yun Nuoxing. However, when she remembered what Jin Jinwang said to her, she retracted her gaze. After hesitating for a moment, she said, "There's no need. Although the Divine King and the others are friends, we're not that close in private. We haven't seen each other that many times." Oh, Yun Nuoxing nodded and turned to look at Yuan Shi. He had just heard Qin Yan mention Yuan Qian. Presumably, they knew each other. "Aya, we know each other, but we're not that close. Sister should be close to Qin Yan. Let's forget about it." Yuan Shi scratched his head and smiled helplessly. The noble circle is really messy. Yun Nuoxing rolled his eyes. Now that he thought about it, Yuan Qian seemed to know a lot of people. She had acquaintances everywhere. Her interpersonal relationships were really wide. By the way, who are the Taiyuan 8 emperors? Yun Nuoxing asked. You don't know. Yuan, she couldn't help but glance at Yun Nuoxing when he heard this. His gaze was as if he had seen something incredible. Yun Nuoxing is a person who doesn't pay attention to outside matters. Yun Nuoxing suddenly said proudly, causing everyone to roll their eyes. The Taiyuan 8 emperors, the Jiyuan 12 divine pillars, the Qianyuan 5 peaks, the Kuinyuan 6 dark generals, and the 9 kings of our divine prefecture are all ranked together. They are known as the future young supreme masters. Yao Hua said, however, except for the title of the 9 kings of the divine prefecture, which is almost predetermined by the 9 deity temples, the titles of the other 4 origin domains are all obtained through fighting. Every 100 years, there will be a battle for the title of one of the strongest in the origin domain. Moreover, it is said that the last dozen or so young supreme masters selected by the 5 origin domains will ultimately have a battle. Then they will decide what it means. I can't remember clearly, Jining said slowly. The Divine King said the last part unintentionally. He didn't tell us formally. He just told us that we will know in the future. For now, we just need to focus on cultivation, Yao Hua said. However, Yen Tian of the 5 peaks was defeated by Little Star back then. Thinking back to that day during the Young Heroes competition, Yun Nuoxing, who used the alias of Yusin, defeated Yen Tian in one blow. Mu Ling couldn't help but laugh. Moreover, she was so arrogant back then. That's all there is to it. She made everyone gnash their teeth in hatred. Hearing this, even Huya and the others couldn't help but laugh. During the battle back then, Yun Nuoxing was forced to fight and then left beautifully. She didn't stop at all. She fought against 2,000 people alone, which was really shocking. Let's not talk about what happened back then. Yun Nuoxing blushed. Back then, he was indeed driven to the brink of insanity. That was why he had no choice but to go up and fight. Although he had completely crushed all the young heroes with the help of the divine artifact, when he thought about it now, he still felt that it was embarrassing. It did not seem like something he would do. Haha, the time that followed was spent waiting as usual. However, this wait lasted unexpectedly long. Originally, they thought that the seal would be lifted in half a day, but they ended up waiting for 3 full days. After 3 days, the energy of heaven and earth was suddenly mixed with some rich and strange energy. As soon as that energy appeared, everyone's spirits were lifted. When the energy of heaven and earth changed, Yun Nuoxing and the others, who were sitting cross-legged in the big tree, slowly opened their slightly closed eyes. Everyone looked at each other and slowly stood up. At this time, the boundary that only Yun Nuashing could see was gradually emerging in front of everyone. The huge forest was like an awakened dragon. A low roar came from the depths of the eternal night forest. Accompanied by this loud noise, the boundary was emerging at an impressive speed. Crash! The appearance of the huge boundary made everyone exclaim. On the huge boundary, the small magic arrays stopped operating one by one. In the end, the entire magic array stopped operating. Crisp cracking sounds were heard, and the crashing sounds were endless. The boundary that shrouded the eternal night forest was also disintegrating rapidly. Along with the collapse of the enchantment, the unique energy tide formed by the eternal night forest also surged out of the forest and rapidly spread out. Some people who stayed in the sky were so scared that they hurriedly retreated from the sky. If they were sucked in by that dark energy, even gods would be twisted half to death. After the huge energy tide surged out of the eternal night forest, it formed a magnificent cloud that traversed the sky and shrouded the area within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles. The huge dark energy unceasingly spread out of the eternal night forest. At this moment, many people could feel that the energy in this area was gradually becoming violent and vigorous. Even the power of the dragon veins and stars were rushing over. At this moment, the entire eternal night forest became abnormally chaotic. Chapter 430. Seeing this spectacular energy tide, Yun Nuashing couldn't help but grin, his heart full of astonishment. With his soul power that was close to the demon rank, he could clearly feel how much energy was contained in that dark energy tide. Is that the eternal night forest? The dark forest he saw after the barrier was broken was a bit different from before, but Yun Nuashing couldn't pinpoint the specific difference. At this moment, the energy in the eternal night forest had already boiled to an astonishing level. Even if one didn't find a special place inside, one could achieve twice the results with half the effort by just cultivating inside. Moreover, the star power and dragon vein power that were normally difficult to absorb were also being absorbed by the eternal night forest. With the help of these two special energies, one could even condense the energy in one's body. Many people would want to take advantage of this rare opportunity to cultivate star power. Thinking of this, Yun Nuashing couldn't help but lower his head. As expected, he saw that mysterious and vast energy all over his body. The overflowing star power was unceasingly pouring into Yun Nuashing from the outside, making him look as bright as a star. Fortunately, he was on a huge tree, so only Yuan Shi and Yao Hua saw this scene and couldn't help but stare blankly. Zian knew the whole story and couldn't help covering his mouth and laughing. Little Star is lighting up again. Zian couldn't help laughing. Back in Holy Sky City, Yun Nuashing's body was also shining like a light-sucking bug because of the star power that was attracted to Holy Sky City at night. If he went out now, he would definitely attract the attention of thousands of people. In fact, very few people had already noticed that a part of the star power falling from the sky was attracted to the tree, but they didn't think too much about it at this time and just treated it as a normal phenomenon. After explaining to Yuan Shi and the others, everyone understood. Then, Yao Hua and the others couldn't help but laugh. They were also worried. The everlasting night forest was very dark without any light. Yun Nuashing wouldn't be able to hide once she entered. At that time, she would become the focus of everyone. Yun Nuashing shook his head. He wasn't worried about this. The star power that was attracted to him was all because of his physique. He couldn't control it, but he wasn't afraid that someone would come knocking on his door. Looking at the sea of people, Shiryen smiled with anticipation. He wanted to see if there was anything strange in this dark forest. Moreover, the most important thing was the eternal night flame that Ziyi had mentioned. No one had taken it for dozens of eras. If he was lucky enough to take it, he was curious to see how much it could transform his receiving spirit god body. Boom! While this thought lingered in Yun Nuashing's mind, a wave of chaotic and loud roars suddenly sounded, after which the enormous sea of people below suddenly rumbled and turned into a stream of people that desperately surged into the forest. "Sa," it started. "Let's go." Yun Nuashing slowly extended the 6 wings on his back and enveloped everyone. Violent wind elements slowly condensed. At the same time, some light elements also rose. "Elder Xian, if you don't go back, you can stay outside the forest. I'll go on my own." On the giant snake, Qin Yen looked at the tide-like stream of people and turned her head to speak to the elder behind her. "Okay, miss, be careful." Hearing this, the elder immediately nodded his head. Seeing this, Qin Yen smiled gently. The everlasting night forest opened once in 1,000 years. Most of the participants were from the younger generation. This trip wasn't just to improve their cultivation, but also to prove themselves and fight for a position among the younger generation. It was also the best opportunity to prove their talent and strength. Qin Yen tapped the snake's head with the tip of her foot. With a twist of her slender waist, she turned into a ray of golden light and rushed out. In just a few breaths' time, she rushed to the front of the sea of people. Her black hair danced in the wind, and faint starlight shone on her face. That enchanting moment caused a look of amazement to appear in the eyes of many men behind her. TSK. At the same time, dozens of figures appeared at the front of the sea of people. In the blink of an eye, they rushed to the same position as Qin Yen. Qin Yen wasn't surprised by the sudden appearance of these people. Her eyes sized up these figures beside her, and she paid extra attention to them. She also knew that the title of the strongest person among the younger generation would eventually land on the head of one of these people. Boom! Just as these dozens of figures were about to rush into the entrance, a huge ball of light suddenly rushed over with a storm. In just an instant, it flashed over these people's heads. The sudden appearance of the ball of light startled everyone. Then, when they took a closer look, they frowned, and some narrowed their eyes. A moment later, the ball of light suddenly dissipated, revealing 6 wings that had expanded to more than 10 meters long. Faint light particles and rich star power rose, causing everyone below to gasp. "Damn, who is this guy? He's so ostentatious. He has stolen the prestige of the younger generation's experts." Did you see that? Below the wings, there are the divine prefecture's 9 kings. Among the younger generation, he is the fastest. No one can be faster than the Son of Light. Who is the person leading them? The huge wings suddenly flapped, and a storm suddenly rose. With the help of this wind, Yun Nuashing led the crowd directly to the ground and landed in the mountain range at the end of the eternal night forest. The 6 wings also trembled and retracted back into her body. When the people behind saw Yun Nuashing and the others enter first, their expressions changed. Some of them snorted coldly and quickly sped up, turning into streams of light and rushing into the mountain range. In the quiet mountain range, many figures broke through the dark forest and flashed into the mountain range. Yun Nuashing glanced back and couldn't help but laugh in her heart. Competing with us in speed? What a joke! Are you going to go on your own, or are you going with us? In the forest, the energy had turned into mist. The dark forest was faintly discernible in the mist. Only after entering the eternal night forest did they truly realize how vast this place was. It was extremely difficult to find the eternal night flame. Thinking of this, Yun Nuashing frowned and looked at Yao Hua and the others. Hearing her question, everyone was stunned. Yao Hua was about to speak, but he looked at Jining. The latter couldn't help but roll her eyes at him and said, "The Divine King wants us to follow you. Then let's go together." "All right." Yun Nuashing nodded. After the discussion on Yun Nua planet was completed, dozens of figures also landed in the mountain range. Their gazes paused on the 12 figures in front of them with different intentions. They even paused on that bright figure for a long time. Sensing the slight movement behind him, Yun Nuashing didn't even turn his head and slowly walked down the mountain. Seeing him like this, the others didn't turn their heads and naturally followed him down the mountain. "Kid, stop! Leave your name." Seeing that everyone was about to leave, someone suddenly shouted coldly. Yun Nuashing's footsteps paused when he heard the hostile voice. She couldn't help but frown. After thinking for a while, she revealed the seal mark on the upper right corner of her forehead. Her right eye also turned blood red in an instant. Raising her head slightly, she tilted her head to the right and looked at the person who shouted coldly behind her. She laughed evilly and said, "Yun Nuashing." Seeing Yun Nuashing's evil face and smile, the person who spoke couldn't help but shudder and hurriedly took a step back. Being stared at by Yun Nuashing like this, he even felt like he was being stared at by an evil spirit. Even the others turned their gazes away uncomfortably. Seeing that everyone was averting their gazes, Yun Nuashing smiled and turned her head back. When she turned her head, she withdrew her evil face. Then she flung her windbreaker and sped up her footsteps, leaving behind a demonic back view. The person who spoke couldn't help but feel an invisible pressure in his heart. His legs went weak and he almost fell to the ground. Seeing that he was unsteady, his companion beside him quickly reached out to support him. That was why he didn't fall to the ground. Seeing Yun Nuashing like this, Qin Yen naturally also saw it. For a moment, she forgot to send a voice transmission. Although she didn't completely face that demonic face like that person, she still saw it. She immediately covered her mouth and almost cried out. Yun Nuashing's original intention was to scare these people so that they wouldn't find trouble with him in the Eternal Night Forest. After all, he would attract people's attention wherever he went. Although he wasn't afraid of people finding trouble with him, he didn't want people to find trouble with him either. At this moment, many people had already entered the mountain range. Hearing the slight movement here, they hurriedly flashed over. When they saw the 12 people who left and the dozens of people behind them, they were all startled. The smell of gunpowder was so strong. What had happened just now? Chi. Feeling that more and more people were behind her, Yun Nuashing's figure moved. The light element carried everyone and rushed down the mountain, leaving behind a bunch of curious and amazed gazes. Light element, 6 devil wings. He has a spiritual divine body. Suddenly, a person who had been staring at the back of the bright figure recognized the characteristics of Yun Nuashing's body and couldn't help but exclaim. As soon as this remark was made, the surrounding people suddenly turned pale with fright. Even the dozens of people at the front of the line were shocked. The person who had been frightened to the point that his legs turned weak just now even paled. Spiritual divine body? The person who broke 3 eternal weapons in the ghastly forest? Yun Nuashing? In the mountain range, shrouded in fog, many people looked at the black figure rushing down the mountain in horror. Yun Nuashing's name had spread all over the divine world. Among the younger generation, almost everyone had heard of this name. Breaking an eternal weapon was such a dreamlike achievement that everyone found it hard to believe. Ignoring the various gazes behind her, Yun Nuashing didn't feel much of a ripple in her heart when she was recognized at this time. She seemed to be used to it. Her figure moved, and the speed at which she rushed into the forest became a little faster. Sigh, in the end, they can't fight. I want to see who is stronger between the person who is known as the #1 physique and the current young experts. Seeing Yun Nuashing and the others leave just like that, the surrounding crowd couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Hey, it's not the time to fight yet. There are many demonic beasts and monsters in the forest of eternal night. This is a legendary forest. Everyone wants to make a breakthrough here. When they find something good, there will naturally be a fierce battle. After whispering for a moment, everyone dispersed. Some were alone, while others were in groups. All of them headed down the mountain. The dense black fog made maps of little use. Everyone could only slowly rub their hands and try their luck. Huaji! Help me pay attention to where the fire element is denser. I'm looking for something. As soon as they landed in the forest, Zien took a step forward and said to the crowd. Then he dragged Yun Nuashing to the side. The latter shook his head helplessly, looked at Huiji and said, he guessed that Zien had seen the scene just now. Everyone looked at each other for a while. Looking at the two figures leaving, they all smiled bitterly. What's going on? After dragging Yun Nuashing for a while, Zien put down his hand and quickly turned around after making sure that Yuan Shi and the others couldn't see him. Mei Mao stared at him closely. She gently stroked Yun Nuashing's right forehead. Knowing what she meant, the former also revealed his original face. The devilish one quarter of his face made people gasp involuntarily. How did this mark expand? As Yun Nuashing expected, Zien said that it had something to do with the mark, but he himself didn't know. When he woke up that day, he saw that the mark had expanded a lot. Even his right eye had turned scarlet. He was shocked by himself, so he took it out to scare others. Yun Nuashing shook his head and said nothing. He just showed a reassuring smile to Zien, telling her that he was fine. Seeing this, Zien also nodded suspiciously. After all, if Yun Nuashing didn't say anything, she couldn't do anything. He was a guy who liked to show off. When something happened, he always kept it to himself. Who knew whether he was fine or not? Chapter 431. As the crowd dispersed, the quiet forest gradually became lively. It was unknown how many people had entered the eternal night forest this time. The vitality that had been brewing for thousands of years had caused this mountain range, which normally only had a large number of magical beasts, to become lively. And under this lively atmosphere, there was also an unconcealable sense of danger. But with danger came opportunity. The eternal night forest was abnormally rich in energy, which had created the natural treasures that had been growing here for countless years. If one was lucky enough to find them, or find a perfect place to cultivate, then this trip would not have been in vain. In short, this was a battle of luck and strength. As long as one was strong enough, returning with a full load would be easy in the forest shrouded in dark fog. Yun Nuashing and the others' figures flashed past. Their eyes swept across the surroundings, and their brows furrowed. This thick fog was mixed with energy that could not be refined. Moreover, ordinary fire elements could not be expelled. Their vision could not reach more than 10 feet, and they were wandering around like headless flies. Their soul power was mixed with fire and wood elements, and it swept across the space like water waves. Then, with the help of the abundant wood elements, they continuously expanded their perception range. Even so, Yun Nuashing was still leading the way blindly. He flew to the right, stabbed his sword into a dark tree, and then changed to the left. I say, this lousy map is completely useless. The only thing we know is that the Night God Spring is located in the center of the everlasting night forest. But how long will it take to get there if we just blindly wander around like this? Yun Nuashing stopped and looked at the map in his hand. He scratched his head in distress and threw it to Jining. After pondering for a while, he jumped and appeared on a branch of a huge tree. His eyes swept the surroundings, and he quickly climbed up the branch. After a short while, he finally appeared on the top of the tree. Standing on the top of the tree, Yun Nuashing narrowed his eyes. The dark fog here was even thicker, and his vision could not reach more than 10 meters. Looking up, the dark energy tide formed a black cloud, and above it, there were stars twinkling in the huge energy. He knew that it was the energy of the stars. An irresistible energy pressure spread out, making his heart palpitate. This won't do. The evil spirit, I can't see anything. This place is really strange. He gently sighed. The everlasting night forest only opened once every 1,000 years. Even the forces who had entered the forest before didn't know what the forest would look like after 1,000 years. The information that Yao Hua and the others had was from 1,000 years ago. It seemed like everyone was wandering around the forest. However, Even if it was information from 1,000 years ago, it wouldn't be so different from what it was now. According to the bits and pieces of information, they could still find a vague path. Violet Night had also said that the flame of eternal night should be at the center. Forget it. Let's just go over. Stroking the divine sun, bow hanging on his back, Yun Nuashing shook his head with a bitter smile. If he used the purple night flame to break the mist, others would take advantage of that momentary gap and see the path they wanted to see. He didn't want to sacrifice himself for others. Wait a minute! Sighing, Yun Nuashing nodded and suddenly sat down cross-legged. His enormous soul power once again spread out from his glabella. At the same time, 2 types of energy, one red and one green, appeared on his body. With the help of the wood element, which was the most abundant in the forest, he strengthened his senses and sensed the place with the rich fire element. Although Yun Nuashing didn't know where the center of the forest was, as the place where the night god spring had settled down, it naturally required an enormous amount of pure energy. That place would be the place with the most vigorous energy in the everlasting night forest. At the same time, it would also be the source of the energy diffusion. Thus, Yun Nuashing only needed to sense the direction of the energy flow and explore it in the opposite direction. As the 3 types of senses rapidly spread out, the traces of energy fluctuations within 100 miles were clearly reflected in Yun Nuashing's mind. The direction of the energy flow was gradually grasped by him. To the east, so it corresponds to the west. To be precise, it's northwest. 10 minutes later, Yun Nuashing slowly opened his tightly shut eyes. His gaze first looked to the east, then to the northwest. With his senses fully activated, the direction of the energy flow in this forest seemed to be emanating from the northwest. That obscure and slightly dark energy, the smell of darkness, could it be? Sensing that bit of dark energy, Yun Nuashing shivered. He was already very familiar with that dark energy. It existed in his shadow. One of the 4 beasts, primal chaos, emitted this kind of energy that made one's heart palpitate in fear. Don't worry, although this energy is somewhat similar to the 4 beasts, if you sense it carefully, you will discover that it isn't. Moreover, you aren't lucky enough to meet them one after another. Sensing the change in Yun Nuashing's mood, Z promptly comforted him. Then I'd rather be unlucky all the time. Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes. After finding the vague location, Yun Nuashing's body leaped backward and directly jumped down from the top of the tree. When he was close to the ground, he suddenly spread his 6 wings. The strong wind that he stirred up allowed his suddenly descending figure to land slowly on the ground. Only then did he withdraw his 6 wings. Yao Hua and the others, who were vigilant of their surroundings, were so frightened that they hurriedly took a few steps back. When Yao Hua and the others saw the familiar symbol, they all heaved a sigh of relief. They couldn't help but scold. Do you dare to make an entrance in a more peaceful way? You freaking scared us to death. Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes. I'm just used to doing this. Why are you blaming me for scaring you? Northwest. That's the source of the energy. The night god spring should be over there. The divine flame. No, no, no. The center of the eternal night forest should be over there. Yes, yes. Yun Nuashing was halfway through his sentence when he suddenly regained his senses and hurriedly changed the topic. Fortunately, his voice wasn't very loud, so the others didn't hear what he vaguely said. Speaking of which, you should take this with you. Thinking of something, Yun Nuashing raised his hand. Rich soul force and light essence rapidly condensed on his palm. In the blink of an eye, 12 thumb-sized golden pearls were condensed. What are these? Yuan, she asked curiously after receiving the pearls that Yun Nuashing threw over. These, they contain my light essence and soul force. If we get separated, I can use them to sense your location. If there's any trouble, you can also use the light essence contained in them to escape. Yun Nuashing smiled. After doing all this, Yun Nuashing waved his hand and lightly tapped the ground with the tip of his foot. He led everyone and rushed into the dark fog like lightning. Then he shuttled through the forest at full speed, heading towards the source of the energy that he sensed. Along the way, they discovered many people who were entangled by magical beasts and engaged in fierce battles. Yun Nuashing's group didn't stop for a moment. Enveloped by his light essence, their bodies transformed into light beams, dashing towards the center. Even if they sensed something ahead, they didn't change their course. Under the control of the energy output, Yun Nuashing could still use the light essence at a speed that ordinary people couldn't hope to reach. Thus, on the way, they saved a lot of trouble. On the contrary, when they flew past, the magical beasts and people who were resting were scared to the point that they fled. While hurrying, Jining and the others used the information they got to recognize the similarities between Dian Dian and the others. Yun Nuashing also quickly changed his direction, saving them a lot of unnecessary detours. After chasing at full speed for close to 2 hours, Yun Nuashing's speed finally slowed down. The consumption of light essence was as huge as before. Although he still had some energy left, it couldn't be used for a long time. Yao Hua supported him on the side, but the two of them were almost exhausted. Without any other choice, the whole group could only stop. We're already very deep in. We can sense some tyrannical existences in the surroundings. When they stopped to rest, the wood spirit used the wood element to sense the surroundings, vigilant of the situation around them. As they rapidly went deeper into the forest, the magical beasts and demon beasts hidden in the dark fog had also reached a certain level of strength. If they didn't have the protection of the light essence, a great battle would be inevitable. There are some existences that couldn't be avoided. Fortunately, Little Star has a lot of treasures on him. This time, we should be the first group to enter the Night God Spring. The 12 of them sat around a huge rock. Jining looked at the silver needle and the Netherruin sword floating in the center and couldn't help but smile. Yeah, if only we didn't have to show off our love. This trip would be perfect. Yuan, she nodded with a bitter smile. They were recovering their strength in the boundary created by Ling Hongjian and the Netherruin sword. To be more specific, Yun Nuashing and Yao Hua were recovering their strength. The others were just hitching a ride. While they were recovering, Yao Hua was sitting cross-legged on a huge rock. Yun Nuashing, he was leaning on Xian's shoulder, and his hand was even held by Xian's little hand. A faint pink light filled the air, causing Yuan to cry out in surprise. Although he knew that Xian was helping Yun Nuashing recover his energy, he couldn't stand the extremely ambiguous atmosphere. It was an atmosphere that made the girls blush and the boys' hearts itch. Don't think too much. I didn't do anything. Yun Nuashing opened his eyes. His slightly pale, handsome face was also slightly red. He was originally sitting cross-legged, but Xian walked over without saying anything. Then he felt a gentle energy flow through his arm and into his body. Fortunately, this kind of recovery didn't last for too long. In less than an hour, Yun Nuashing finished cultivating. Yao Hua, on the other hand, had finished recovering about 10 minutes ago. His immortal energy had only been condensed to a semi-solid state, and the energy capacity in his body wasn't as large as Yun Nuashing's. After putting away the 2 divine swords, Yun Nuashing once again used the light element to envelop everyone. His feet fiercely stomped on a huge rock, and the bodies of the 12 people turned into thin and long rays of light as they sped away, leaving a long trail behind them as they rapidly dissipated in the air. After his body swept over a huge tree, Yun Nuashing was just about to accelerate and rush out, but his heart was moved. He suddenly stopped and led everyone to stand on a thick tree branch. His gaze looked in another direction, next to a mountain peak. There, a man and a beast were fighting with all their might. His gaze first landed on the huge magical beast. Yun Nuashing narrowed his eyes and muttered with some astonishment, "A magical beast of the demonic rank." His gaze paused for a moment on the magical beast, and then turned to the figure under its attack, who was retreating little by little. Someone who could reach this place in such a short time was definitely not a simple person. To be honest, Yun Nuashing was extremely shocked to see someone here. He used the light element to rush here at a speed 10 times faster than ordinary people. Even if he had rested for an hour, he shouldn't have been caught up. It was a woman. Her bright red dress wrapped around her exquisite and delicate body. Her fine black hair casually draped over her back, reaching her willowy waist. Yun Nuashing felt that her beautiful and crafty face was somewhat familiar. After a long time, he finally extracted a memory from the depths of his memory, which made him not know whether to laugh or cry. Shinran. A few years had passed, and seeing Yu Yin's best friend again, Shinran, Yun Nuashing felt somewhat inexplicable. Thinking of her lively and headache-inducing sister, he couldn't help but laugh. The current Shinran had already shed her inexperience of the past. She was less frivolous and mischievous when they first met. She had become more mature, as if she had settled down. The demonic little girl of the past had now matured and become more and more beautiful. With Yun Nuashing's perception, it was easy to see that Shinran's current strength was at the 8th level of the immortal realm. She was at the same level as Yuan Shi and the others a year and a half ago. It seemed that the position of the core disciple that Yu Yin had left for her had given her a lot of benefits. Moreover, although she was only at the 8th level of the immortal realm, she was able to withstand the attack of the demonic, magical beast for such a long time. It seemed that she had some tricks up her sleeves. When Yun Nuashing arrived here, Shinran's face was slightly pale. The long sword in her hand could barely withstand the attack of the demonic beast. It was very strenuous for her to deal with it, but she didn't panic as she retreated. Judging from the tattered marks around her, it seemed that she had been fighting here for a while. Over time, it was inevitable that she would be defeated. Clang! The sound of metal colliding rang out. Silver sword light flashed, drawing a long arc in the sky. Seeing that Shinran had lost her weapon, the demonic magical beast let out a roar. Its cushion-sized fist fiercely tore through the air and smashed towards the pale-faced Shinran, who was swaying like a flower in the wind. Faced with this fatal blow, Shinran gave up on her futile struggle. Mei Mao slowly closed her eyes, and a heartbreaking sadness appeared on her cunning face. Boom! However, just as the fist was about to come into contact with Xan Ran, a sudden burst of golden light tore through the darkness of the forest. The sword light was like a crescent moon as it shot out. As for the magical beast, it was pierced through by the violent energy of the sword light. Its body was also sent flying into the distance by the huge force. Yun Nuashing quickly put away the Nethervoid sword and turned around. He looked at the originally playful and refreshing face, but now it was so beautiful because of its pallor. He couldn't help but chuckle. Are you all right? Chapter 432. With the voice still ringing in her ears, Shinran's tightly shut eyelashes trembled a few times. Following that, she carefully opened her eyes with a tinge of fear. When she saw the handsome face and not the demon-level demonic beast, she suddenly relaxed. Her legs went limp as she knelt on the ground. She propped herself up with her jade-like hands and took deep breaths. Are you all right? Seeing Shinran collapse to the ground, Yun Nuashing was taken aback. He immediately squatted down and could not help but ask when he saw her pale face. After gasping for breath for a long time, Shinran finally recovered from the shock of death. She looked at Yun Nua planet in front of her with a strange gaze. Her cheeks flushed with some color. Then she grinned and said, My name is Shinran. Thank you for saving me, benefactor. Yun Nuashing could not help but be taken aback when he heard the same refreshing tone as before. He smiled and reached out to help her stand up. He said with a smile, Are you injured? No, I'm just a little weak. I got separated from my friends and came here alone. I couldn't find them. Thankfully, benefactor helped me this time. Otherwise, I would have been dead. Shinran shook her head with a smile. She could not help but clench her fists when she recalled her experience. Yun Nuashing felt a little uncomfortable with the strange way of addressing her. However, Shinran did not seem to recognize him, so he did not want to point it out. He scratched his head in embarrassment and said with a smile, "Well, don't call me benefactor. I'm Yun Nuashing. If you don't mind, you can call me Nuashing." Yun Nuashing? The legendary spiritual receiving divine body? Upon hearing Yun Nuashing's name, Shinran was extremely shocked as she covered her mouth. Fire Cloud Palace was located in Star Soul City in the Sourcepeak region. It was quite a distance from the Ghostora forest. Although they did not participate in the battle, they had heard of what happened. Yun Nuashing smiled wryly. What the hell was a legend? He did not seem to have done anything that could be considered a legend, right? However, when he was thinking about it, he had neglected the fact that he was able to destroy 3 eternal weapons in the ghastly forest. In the eyes of many people, this was something that only happened in legends. I didn't expect my benefactor to be the divine body of receiving spirit. I will have something to show off to others in the future. Yun Nuashing couldn't help but shake her head. They hadn't seen each other for so many years, but she was still as mischievous and eccentric as ever. Laughing, Shinran suddenly thought of something and couldn't help but murmur, "Eh?" But the spirit receiving divine body. Yun Nuashing. Isn't that our Fire Cloud Palace's superior, the child of divine mandate of the 9 holy temples? Ah, has the news reached here already? Upon hearing this, Yun Nuashing could not help but smile wryly. He was at a loss for words regarding the way the 9 hall masters addressed him. After he was moved to the Fire Divine Hall, he knew of the meeting between the 9 divine halls. He never expected that the Fire Cloud Palace, which was a subsidiary of the Fire Divine Hall, already knew of this matter. Of course they know. A year and a half ago, when the 9 divine halls met, this matter had already spread to all the factions under the 9 divine halls. However, the Grand Elder and Sect Master warned us not to spread the news. Therefore, the outside world still doesn't know of it. Nuashing, you are the child of divine mandate that the 9 divine halls have been searching for all this time, Shinran rattled on. It made Yun Nuashing's wry smile turn even more intense. I have to show off when I return. Hee. I was saved by the child of divine mandate. Ha. When Shinran said this, her red tongue licked her red lips. The scene was truly seductive. Let's not talk about this. What are you doing here? You don't look like you don't have the ability to escape. Yun Nuashing hurriedly diverted the topic. He had an ominous premonition. He didn't know what he would end up talking about if he continued. Speaking of which, Nuashing, come over here. When she heard Yun Nuashing mention it, Shinran suddenly became excited. She grabbed Yun Nuashing's hand and dragged him, whose handsome face was flushed red, towards the mountain wall. When they came close, Yun Nuashing felt a powerful sword intent. It was as if an ancient divine sword had been placed here. However, when they walked closer, they realized that there were many ancient characters carved on the mountain wall in front of them. Surging sword intent slowly emanated from these ancient characters. Seeing these ancient characters, Yun Nuashing frowned slightly and couldn't help but murmur, "Yes, this is the sword art left behind by the ancestors." Shinran took a rough look at it. It seems to be a divine level sword art. Unfortunately, I didn't have time to comprehend it before I was hit by that demonic beast. After saying this, Shinran waved her small fist angrily. It seemed that she was very unhappy that the demonic beast had interrupted her cultivation. Yun Nuashing's finger gently brushed across the ancient characters. He couldn't tell what era these characters were from. They weren't from the present era, nor were they from the mythological era. They were filled with an indelible sword intent. Fortunately, he could read them with his soul strength. Shinran had brought him here. Her intentions were self-evident. He didn't stand on ceremony and started to look at them. He gently closed his eyes. His soul perception quickly spread out from between his eyebrows and drilled into the stone carvings. As his soul perception spread out, a majestic sword intent was fed back into his mind. Imprints rushed from the stone wall into his heart and were firmly memorized by him. Shinran sat to the side with her hands supporting her chin. She looked at Yun Nuashing with interest. There was a charming smile on her face. No one knew what she was thinking. Phew! About half an hour later, Yun Nuashing's tightly closed eyes slowly opened. There was a flash of light in his eyes. He retracted his soul strength from the stone wall. After he retracted his soul perception, a layer of stone powder suddenly fell from the stone wall. The place where the ancient characters were originally had become as smooth as a mirror, as if it had never been there. Oh, why did it disappear? Can't I comprehend it? Shinran stood up in surprise when she saw the stone carvings disappear. She hurriedly moved her face closer to the stone carvings. However, no matter how wide her eyes were, she couldn't see anything unusual about the mirror-like stone carvings. These are imprints. When a complete imprint is comprehended by someone, it will automatically dissipate. Now they are here. Seeing her anxious look, Yun Nuashing laughed and shook his head. He pointed at his temples and laughed. Phew, I thought they were fake. Then my efforts would have been in vain. Hearing this, Shinran heaved a sigh of relief. Yun Nuashing couldn't help but laugh bitterly. She was about to die just now, but she still remembered this. This is indeed a divine-level sword art. However, now is not the time to learn it. Yun Nuashing shook his head with a smile. He extended his finger and gently tapped Shinran's glabella. He transmitted the information he had just obtained to her without any changes. Following that, he said with a smile, "It won't be too late to slowly comprehend it when you return." The information that suddenly appeared in her mind left Shinran slightly taken aback. After taking a quick look, she smiled in delight. This sword art had similarly tempted her. If not, she wouldn't have taken the risk to study it. Hee, thank you, Starlord Nuashing. Shinran smiled. After all, you were the one who found it first. You can't keep it all to yourself. Yun Nuashing shrugged and said with a smile, "All right, this is for you." Shinran's eyes rotated. Suddenly, she extended her jade-like finger and pressed it on Yun Nuashing's forehead, causing him to be stunned. After which, he saw a complete map suddenly appear in his mind. This is the map information that Fire Cloud Palace has gathered. As it's very close, I believe even the 9 divine temples didn't gather as much information as we did. Shinran pursed her lips into a smile and said, "I won't be taking the rest of the path. I just sent the signal. I believe the others will soon follow the energy fluctuations here. Star-Lord Nuashing, there's no need to bother about me. Go ahead first. The faster we reach the night god spring, the more benefits there will be." With that said, she playfully stuck out her tongue. Yun Nuashing could not help but laugh. "Are you sure you'll be fine staying here? You aren't putting on a brave front?" Yun Nuashing asked suspiciously. "I'll be fine. I still have a trump card that I haven't used." Shinran pouted and waved her tiny fists. Yun Nuashing could not help but roll his eyes as he lampooned inwardly. If she really had a trump card that she had not used, why would she close her eyes and wait for death? However, from her confident look, it did not seem like she was joking. Xian and company were waiting for her in their original spot. Yun Nuashing could not bring her along, so he left behind a golden bead and told Shinran to use it to escape if there was any danger. Then he turned and left, holding the energy bead that was still a little warm in her palm. Xian Ran's heart warmed. Looking at Yun Nuashing's departing figure, her heart could not help but move. She wanted to say something, but she swallowed it back into her stomach. Star-Lord Nuashing is so powerful. There's no need for me to worry. Yeah. With this in mind, Shinran sat down cross-legged. Not long after she sat down, she sensed a few familiar energies rapidly approaching. Only then did she heave a sigh of relief. Eldest senior sister. Several figures leaped out of the distant fog. Rich, immortal aura lingered around them, and their fiery red robes revealed their identities. They were Fire Cloud Palace disciples. When they rushed out of the fog and saw Shinran leaning against the mountain wall, they hurriedly jumped towards her and bowed reverently. How slow! I've been waiting all day. Upon seeing these people, Shinran placed her hands on her slender waist. Her resentful voice made them smile wryly. Let's leave first. The demonic beasts here already have the strength of a demonic beast. It's not wise to stay here for long. If you want to cultivate, it's safer in the periphery. Shinran waved her hand and said nonchalantly, Yes. A few young female disciples responded respectfully and nodded happily. They tapped the ground with the tips of their feet and rushed towards the outskirts of the everlasting night forest. The other disciples also followed Xanran and walked towards the south. Their figures nimbly leaped into the mist and disappeared. After watching Shinran and company leave safely, Yun Nuashing heaved a sigh of relief. He slowly stood up on a tree branch, and with a kick, he leaped backwards. When Yun Nuashing returned to Xian and company's side, everyone turned to look at him. They had all sorts of expressions, leaving Yun Nuashing taken aback. He did not know why their expressions were so odd. Little stars at your old flame? After watching for a while, she could not help but laugh. He asked the question that was stuck in everyone's throat. Uft! Upon hearing that, Yun Nuashing spat out a mouthful of water. His cheeks twitched for a long while. When everyone saw his expression, they were taken aback. Could they have guessed wrongly? What old flame? That's elder sister, Yu Yin's best friend. She met her when she was still in Fire Cloud Palace. She only met her once. After a long while, Yun Nuashing waved his hand with a wry smile and said, However, the one she knew was Yusin. She didn't know me. Back then, elder sister kept teasing me and even made me look like a girl. Speaking of this half-black, half-white history, Yun Nuashing's face darkened. Back then, in order to avoid being searched by the 9 deities temple and the 2 great families, Yu Yin had played a dirty trick on him. She had forcibly made him look like a girl. Resulting in the matter of the Taiyuan goddess, Xian secretly heaved a sigh of relief. As for everyone else, they looked enlightened. You even dressed up beautifully back then. Yao Hua could not help but laugh when he recalled what had happened in the past. Ah, you darn cocky fart. I'll definitely kill you this time. Upon hearing him mention it, Yun Nuashing instantly bristled like a cat. His 3,000 black strands of hair stood on end in anger as potent purple night flames burst out of his body. Seeing Yun Nuashing on the brink of going berserk, Jining and company tactfully pushed Yao Hua away. Then they pulled Xian and Yuan Shi and hurriedly retreated a distance away. Just as they found their footing, they saw a purple figure flash in front of them like a beam of light. Ah! I was wrong, but no. Ah! Don't hit my face. My grandfather. Uft! Cough, cough. Upon hearing the chaotic cries behind them, everyone silently sat down on the tree branches. They looked up at the invisible moon and sighed. They could not help but mutter, sigh, it's a daily death-seeking series. This illness is incurable. Scram! I don't have a good-for-nothing grandson like you. Yun Nuashing roared with a sinister smile, causing the surrounding leaves to fall.